tafadhali tusimame ili tupate wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na pia wimbo wa taifa wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Our DJ, please. Mungu yetu
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu.
Thank you. We promise just one stanza. Let's remain standing as our sister Sheila Mwanje leads us in a word of prayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. Let's bow for a word of prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for this day. And we thank you for all the education personnel that are in this room today, for the launch of a report that will be used and utilized to ensure that the education of the Kenyan child and beyond is taken care of in a way that is needed. And as we stay here, everything that we are going to discuss, we ask you to give us the knowledge and the wisdom to go through all the things that we are going to be discussing today. In the name of Jesus, I pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you. We may have our seats, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, it's my pleasure and honor to invite Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, the Executive Director, Usawa Agenda, to come and lead us in salutations and introduction. Let's give him a clap, a round of applause as he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. That's Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, Executive Director, Usawa Agenda. Karibu sir.
Finally, we are here. Thank you. I have to start with an apology because in the program, we were supposed to start at 8:30, and many of our guests, led by Paul from KNPS, were here on time. But as we all know, the weather was not very friendly last night. And so many of us have not been able to get here on time. And we apologize, especially for those online who must have logged in on time. They were spending their time and their bundles waiting for us to join. We apologize for the delay. We're going to try as much as possible to redeem lost time so that we do not keep, especially those who are here on time, here longer than they planned to be here. We really, really apologize for that. Secondly, I really appreciate all the effort that has gone into you being here today. Knowing what has happened, very many people have had to travel 3 times the normal distance they travel to just get out of their home and find their way here because many roads are flooded. Made it to come here. We really appreciate that you went through that trouble, all for the sake of being at this meeting. Having said that, I just want to mention that this day is one that has been coming. We collected this data last year. We have been trying to make sure that we can share the report. Initially, we relaxed. We said we don't want to present this report in third term because if we present in third term, it can cause anxiety among candidates. So we will present it in first term. And so we thought we had so much time. We slept a bit because we thought we had so much time. Only when we started to work on it that we realized there was a lot that needed to be done. And we almost got into second term before sharing the findings, which will be very late. And we are here today to share the findings. We are glad that you're here to be part of this discussion. We really appreciate. I want to recognize our key guests who are going to be speaking to us, and most of them are here, starting with Mheshimiwa Abdul Haro. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa sits in the Parliamentary Committee on Education, and he will share with us what they are doing on the legislative path to try and make sure that every child in Kenya benefits from quality education. We have the teachers represented here in two aspects. We have the school heads associations represented by Mr. Cheva and Madam Jerry. Where are you? Madam Jerry is representing Kesha. She's here. And so they are also going to share with us some of the practical challenges they face in schools. When we say schools are not doing well and sometimes we throw stones at them, they will tell us where the challenges really are. We have the parents represented here by the National Parents Association. We have the chairman and the CEO. We appreciate that we are here. We have the Teachers Union, NAT. We invited Kupeta as well. I don't know if they will make it, but we know Nat is here. They're going to be sharing with us a lot on the perspective of the teacher. We have KNBS. KNBS has always been the best from which we work because they give us the samples, they help us get enumeration area maps. We would not be here with a report without KNBS, and KNBS is here, and we really appreciate that they have made it. The Teacher Service Commission is represented here. The Ministry of Education is represented. Dr. Kerry is representing the Directorate of Quality Assurance, and I know that there are other representatives from the Ministry of Education. We are still expecting Dr. Sugut to come as the Okay. Thank you. I am being guided. So please feel welcome. We are going to be all ears to listen today. We will share the report that we have, but we know what is in the report. What we want to know is what you know that we actually don't know, because there is a lot. We don't come here to claim to know. We only know what is in our report. And that is a small part of what is there to be known. So we are all ears, looking forward to learning and hearing and creating a basis for further engagement from today on. We have a lot of CSO friends. We have our funders here. I don't want to go through the list because I am going to make mistakes in a few minutes if I continue. We have Nuhu Bakari. He has a poem he wants to recite for us later. We don't know what he's going to say, but we hope that what he says will inspire us to do much more than we are doing already. I have said very many things, but all I was supposed to do here is to say welcome. So forgive all the other things I have said. I was just supposed to say welcome and wish us all a fruitful half day. We're going to be here until 1 or 1:30 or 4, because after 1, the program is up to us to decide how we continue. We can stay here until evening, it will still be fine. I'm sure KICD won't chase us out of here now that we are already here. Thank you, and MC, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the Executive Director. Please do not apologize, because our welcome, where I come from, it is so many things are appended. The sickness that you never knew about, everything, the trouble that is about to come, anticipated, So by the time they reach welcome, you have a bird's eye view of what you're walking into. And so thank you very much. You have also talked about, my friend, I like politics because everybody, even if they're fought in the morning, they say my friend. So Bwana Nuhu Bakari, I've only met you on my screen, but let me call you my friend. You would never disappoint. Even if something happens 5 minutes to news time, you have a poem ready. I have no idea whether you are a prophet or something. Edie also talked about this stone throwing. I think it was very sad to see a school head being frog-marched because of results. So I changed my retirement ambition. I really thought about when I retire to head a school in my village. But if that's the treatment I'll get, because the students could not understand what I said, 1 + 1, and parents see me as the problem, and those are some of the things Usawa agenda, plus all the other partners, plus including you, who has made time to be here this morning, is trying to grapple with what exactly makes those people be frog-marched. Is it the school? Is it the parents? Is it the genes that refuse because the father could not understand anything? So it has been inherited by the children, and he can't see that exactly where the problem is. And that will be answered during the question and answer session, which will be moderated by Professor Mitula. At this point, as I said, we have a bit of changes on the program, and so for some people it will be an ambush. With the permission of the Executive Director, I would like to invite a session for remarks, and the first person I'm calling to the podium is none other than my friend, my mentor, my senior. We went to the same college together, Dr. John Mugo, Zizi Afrique Foundation, the Executive Director, the boss of Zizi Afrique Foundation. I know you are busy waiting for around 11. Assume this is 11. I assume it's 11. You can tweak your watch as well. Please walk there. I love it when I ambush people, especially you, Dr. John. We'll be followed by Mr. Silas Obuhata. Now I've prepared you. At least we'll start with your notes. And Mr. Hesbon Otieno. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amateshe. We were students together of music at Kenyatta University in the 90s. So that's why he's able to ambush me. I don't know what to say because I had prepared to respond to the findings, and now I can't say anything about the findings. But it's to just congratulate Usawa Agenda for this very bold attempt to research in an area that not many people research on, secondary education. We know there's a lot on primary, there's a lot on TVET, but secondary is kind of, we skip. And yet we know from evidence that actually it is secondary education that matters most to a lot of the life outcomes that we pursue. So if you look at a woman, for instance, who has gone through secondary and another who hasn't, you will find that a lot of the outcomes are realized through secondary schooling. Because first of all, developmentally, it's a very critical stage of identity formation through adolescence. So that phase of secondary is something that we ought all to realize that it's a very critical one. We know that our system has not been fair, because if the photo we saw there of those students who are seated under grass, basically, will sit for the same KCSE as a person in Mangu High School, what else would you call injustice? So for me, I think it's also really personal how we have perpetuated a colonial system to discriminate. You know, the government discriminating some children against others. Previously in Uwezo, we used to do inquiry in things like, for instance, quality assurance and what schools are visited more and which ones are not. And the perpetuation of injustice is that the schools that are still very favored, national schools and extra county, have more than triple visits that school we saw. I don't know whether it's in Isiolo or Marsabit. So for me, I think it's a critical justice issue that we need to confront with boldness, not to blame government because we are all government, because we are Kenyans, but to say, now that we have the opportunity of CBC and the movement to senior school, how can we dismantle this historical elephant with the courage that it deserves? How can we ensure that that school, if it's a government school, a public school, gets the same justice as Kenya High School? Because if these two are Kenyan children, one going to the other and the other, then we cannot continue to tolerate this injustice. So for me, that's why I had to put on hold everything else, including the next symposium on assessments, where I'm supposed to be because we work on competency assessments. So to welcome this conversation with openness, with courage, to look at the opportunity now that is ahead. How do we solve this problem once and for all? So I'm going to sit and consume the findings and engage with them, and I'm really excited about this day. If I was a person who could do a second poem to Bakari, I would do, speaking about this courage that is needed at this time. Thank you so much. Dr. Amatesha.
Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Mugo. I knew you would have something to say. Something was telling me you never miss something to say. So forgive the ambush. Of course, you have already mentioned you were together. I was just afraid you forgot it was the 80s, not even the 90s. I wanted to say I was just in the university the other day, but you already exposed to me. I was there a long time ago. So thank you very much for those remarks. As we continue, I would like to also acknowledge a Nation Media Group. Your representatives are here. Kenya Times. Some people are looking at me. It still exists. We have Kenya Times. And they are here with us today. There's evidence. We have Citizen represented. We have KTN, sorry, represented at NTV as well. So thank you very much. As I welcome Mr. Silas Obuhatsa, National Parents Association, wazazi wetu. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Huyu mzazi anawakilisha wazazi wengine ambao wanapeleka watoto wao shuleni. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Allow me to build on the protocol observed already. Ladies and gentlemen, could I say good morning? Good morning. Are you thinking about the floods, where you came from, or you are here to listen to this research? Yes, let us be lively and get what we have come to do here today. So, as you've heard, my name is Silas David Obuhatsa. Currently, I'm the National Chairman, Parents Association of Kenya. I will not speak about the association today because I'm here to listen to this report from our dear friends Usawa Agenda. I want to thank Dr. Manyasa and his team for doing a good job. They have done it, they are doing it, and they will still do it. I also want to thank those that have been supporting them to make it to come to pass like today. We are here today because of the work that they have done. They have sacrificed, they have taken their time, they have spent resources, they have denied their families that leisure they will have taken to sit with them, just to do something about a Kenyan child who is lacking education because of 1 or 2, 3 things that might have been identified during this research. I would have also been very happy to see what would have been presented first of all, and this has not been done, but still, I may have a few things to observe. There's the issue of the policy on free and compulsory education in Kenya. According to the Kenyan Constitution 2010, Kenya is supposed to have gone implementing that policy to make it easier for every child in this country to afford education, to access education. But still up to now, we are still struggling to take children to schools because parents are very poor. So the issue of the policy is still a thorn in the flesh. Stakeholders, we need to look at that and maybe come up with a way and say 1, 2, 3 things should be done to make sure that no child misses school because of that policy. To add on this, the issue of school fees. Parents are still paying school fees. It's expensive. We understand this very well, that many communities in Kenya, their poverty index is too high, and therefore taking children to school becomes a problem. And when the parents cannot pay school fees, what does that mean? It means that children have to drop out of school, and especially the girl child. You know, girl children are delicate. They're like glasses. Throw stones at them, they break away. So when they fail to go to school because of the question of paying school fees, that actually denies them an opportunity that they'll have used to become tomorrow's or future leaders. The issue of school uniform is another problem. Why you are here today? Why don't you take this to Parliament? I don't think if uniform adds any contribution to the performance of a student in a school. I don't know. Those who are doing research, please do that and find out and tell me if uniform adds any value to the performance of a child in a school. I grew up in a very poor family, and I was allowed to attend school without uniform. And I imagine the best student in the whole nation. I was number 1. I got the 6 points in CPE. Some of you are not born those days. I didn't have a uniform. I went to school in ordinary clothes. My head teacher accepted me because I was bright, and I made it. So when we deny children education because of uniform, that is an issue. Why don't we change? Mheshimiwa, please speak this. Either we go for cheap uniform, or we decide. I'm very sure there could be the issue of competition from the students who come from the well-off families against their teachers in dressing. But that should not be the issue. The issue is that are the children able to access education other than being hindered because of school uniform? Allocation of resources. You find that national schools have higher allocations of resources compared to these other schools, extra sub-count, count schools, and sub-count schools. Why don't we plan and allocate resources depending on the school populations and where they are found? You find a school in Nairobi, which is well equipped and has a lesser population than a school in Mandera, which has a higher population and has no toilets. So when you come to allocation of resources, that should be a question of thought for today. We look at that. Number of children who are dropping out of schools. What are the causes? We find that there are so many high numbers of children dropping out of schools, and mainly day secondary schools at the sub-count levels. You can hardly find children dropping out of national schools unless there's a reason given. It will be very, very hard. So, what will be the reason behind this? Could there be an issue at the sub-count schools, especially the day schools, where we find that many boys and girls are dropping out? Why are many boys dropping out than girls? And here we are saying every time that the girl child is a lot of care than the boy child. Does it mean that we are caring for the girl child and leaving the boy child? That's why we have the school dropouts, high rates of boys dropping out of schools than the girls at the sub-count schools is an issue. The question of special needs. I realize that when it comes to special needs, One of the challenges is the funding towards this, the provision of the special needs education. The funding is not all that enough. And that makes its life to be very difficult, especially in the institutions that are offering special education. So we ought to think, how do we get funding for these schools? Both education in Kenya is funded both by the local government and the international world, the Kenyan government and the international world. So we are here as a team. How do we resource for funding towards special education needs institutions? The institutions have no specialists that are well-trained personnel. Teachers in those schools, a number of them, the schools lack trained enough teachers. You go to an institution, you find 3 or 4 teachers when the population is a bit high. The number of teachers should be trained and also improved as such. The question of infrastructure. If the special needs schools don't have the right infrastructure, my friends, it will be very difficult for the learners in those institutions to access education. So infrastructure is an issue in the special schools or special needs education sector. We see, as I said, we also have absenteeism in those schools, and especially those that are the count and sub-count levels. Due to some of these factors I'm talking about, the funding, paying of fees, the question of infrastructure, where the learners and even the teachers who work in those schools cannot access the right places of working because of the environment conditions. I'll talk much, but allow me to finish up as I look one thing that's very interesting here. Sponsoring of schools. All schools require to be supported, but I find that about 70% or 72% of the schools sponsored in the country are girls' schools. Boys' schools are never or are hardly sponsored, and mainly by the faith-based organizations. They always go to girls' schools. This is an issue. Where are we leaving our boys? Why are the boys' schools not sponsored? Because if I see the percentage of girls' schools that are sponsored is at 72.6, while that one of boys is at 67.2. This difference in what is the cause of this, we need to look at that. My last point, instead of taking the whole day. I came to learn that even the name of the school will contribute to the performance of the students. Hallelujah. Am I lying? The name of the school, you'll find that Silas High School, because he's the chair of Parents Association, will have higher candidates performing well to go to the university than my brother Kiaria School, which is in Uko Mlango Kubwa. It's not well known. Nobody thinks about that. So there's an issue there. When it comes to understanding who is who, how is the performance, we hardly get schools from the remote areas appearing at the top of performance. You always get almost the same schools and almost the same marks and the same points. That is an issue. Unless we compare, get the points to understand, then some schools may never be heard of. Even if they're performing, they may always remain down that side. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to CBC finally. We all understand that infrastructure is a big problem in most of the schools, if not all of them, as we said about the national schools. Right now we are hosting the grade 6, 7, all the way from grade 1 in the primary school infrastructure. Some of the schools are so congested. If you walk in, they lack laboratories, they lack so many things. They even lack teachers, trained and qualified teachers. We are not blaming the government, but we are saying that as a team, from this research, what can be done? So that our children sit in places that we are sure tomorrow they will say our parents, our teachers, our country play the role to make us be what we are. I thank you very much. On those few remarks, I beg to sit down. Thank you. God bless you so much.
God bless you too, sir. Let's appreciate Silas more. Thank you very much. A very loaded statement. Dr. Manyasa, I don't envy your position. A report has been given. Actually, you only need to attach statistics on it, but it has been given. Issues have been raised as Hesbon Otieno prepares from NAT about the school uniform. At some point, I read or I heard somewhere, I hope it was okay, that this was, even universities were supposed to have school uniforms or something like that. And even before it became an idea in someone's mind, it was already organizing riots to see those men and women in uniform. But very important, and this one for those who, the people like Usawa and Hdina, there's a school in Western, specifically in Shinyalu constituency, just off a junction of Haega Market. A primary school, it's called Ovuchinga Primary School. Ovuchinga. Translated is Ujinga. And you expect enlightenment, honestly speaking? Something should be done. Anyone from the ministry here, please change that name. It is there. I'm not dreaming. Ovuchinga actually, primary school. Yeah? There's another one, Silas is reminding me, Omulalu Primary School. Omulalu in Kiluya is a madman, insane to the core, to the marrow. But it's a primary. Dr. Manyasa, you're having another trajectory of research, another agenda to check about these names. As I invite Hesbon, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Sarah Ruto, a program officer at Echidna Giving, who is also a development partner at Usawa. And Dr. Ruto is not just the program officer. She's my teacher. The 90s that Dr. Mugo talked about, I sat in a class of education. And thank you. Your product is here. I'm sure you're proud of it. If the pride is not there, I will force it. I'm here. The English I have is because of you. Thank you, Dr. and welcome. I also like to recognize Kennedy Cheva, Secretary Kepsha, and Hesbon Otieno, whom I'm inviting. Hesbon, where are you? Karibu sana. Sa tumpigia makofi Hesbon. Kenya National Union of Teachers. It's normally referred to as the Giant Union. Karibu sa.
Thank you. Riding on all protocols as my colleague who has spoken before me, and meeting friends who I have not interacted with for quite some times. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, as already been alluded to, I'm Hesbon Otieno. I am the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers and a good friend to the Usawa agenda. I don't want to maybe talk like my predecessor, because he was like releasing the outcome of the research. But I want to eagerly say that I am waiting to see the outcome of this research on the secondary school survey report 2023. And I know it comes very closely with the release of a foundational literacy and numeracy assessment report that was done by the same Usawa agenda in this hall on February 29th. And it was enriching to see the outcomes of that report. And today we are also eager to listen to the outcome of this one on secondary schools. And the question that it arises is our secondary school system unjust by design? We want to see if at the end of the release of this report, it will have addressed this fundamental question. And maybe out of it, us as a union, our take would be that this outcome will help us to advocate for education, being a professional union, a union of teachers, and also to advocate for our teachers who are what we call where the rubber meets the road. And so we expect to see more on the key findings, to see if it will talk about how our schools are being managed, and if the management is part of the answer to this question of a system being unjust by design. Maybe the availability of learning to the situation, the secondary school learning being unjust. The quality of learning facilities, Dr. Mugo spoke here a lot about the environment within the school is, more so the schools that are found within the marginalized areas, and what effect does these facilities have in the learning in these secondary schools. Talking about the funding also, the level of funding vis-a-vis the environmental factors that we have, maybe equal distribution of funding according to the school establishment, the enrollment, and the environment where the school is the funding adequate in some schools? If the funding released would be equal in all the schools, despite the different environments within which these schools are operating. The issue of categorization has been spoken about. I'm happy that maybe as we're moving towards the next level of competency-based and we are moving into senior school, then a big discussion or a big debate has been on the issue of categorization, the national schools, the extra-county schools, sub-county schools, and so forth. And now that maybe, if that would collapse, of what value would it add to the schools that we have always considered to be schools that are underprivileged because of categorization? And then maybe from the report, we will see, maybe we want to see the effect of transition from the old learning system, and now that we are moving towards the next level of competence-based curriculum where we are moving to senior school in maybe a year to come. The preparedness that we have vis-a-vis the challenges that were in the secondary school learning, because this report is talking about 2023, the challenges. And are we carrying these challenges too as we transit to senior school? Or how are we mitigating these challenges to ensure that as we are moving to the senior school, then there are changes that can give an environment where the provision of education at senior school does not carry with it the challenges that were in the secondary school, as we say. What are the new norms when we are training teachers in the teacher training colleges? In preparedness to provision of education at secondary school, what will change? Or when this report speaks to us, then what do we need to do more to ensure that we have teachers with the capacity to handle the senior school? The recruitment by the Teacher Service Commission, I'm happy our employer is represented here. What new perspective are they looking at in order to recruit teachers who will handle the senior school? Are we doing the normal recruitment? Because I've had complaints maybe from our other organizations that more recruitment is done for teachers who teach at primary school, and there is less concentration on teachers who are teaching at senior school. So what are these changes that we are going to have to ensure that the correct teacher recruitment is done, to ensure that there is proper staffing at secondary school, which now we are calling senior school, so that we have proper staffing, that all the schools have equitable distribution of teachers teaching the different learning areas that we have at senior school, because you know that now at that level, we are looking at maybe teachers and their areas of specialization. So that is something that we need to look at. And then how to deliver the curriculum. Are these teachers well prepared to face the senior school? What have been the challenges that will have come out of this report can make us build on how to deliver to the senior school? So that can give us an opening that can tell us what area of capacity building do we need to give the teachers as we march on because of the challenges that we'll have senior. So ours as a union is to get information from this report. And personally, I normally like attending to these launches of research reports, because it gives us information as advocates, as champions for teachers, so that it is not just an issue of bread and butter. It is also an issue of giving quality. Then out of quality, we can now go for bread and butter. So I think I am eagerly waiting to see the report. I know it will also speak about public school versus private schools in a secondary school setup. And we want to see, are the dynamics the same when we talk about public schools in primary school versus public schools in primary school, and is it the same at secondary school level when we talk about private schools and public schools? So there is a lot that we are waiting from the report, and I just want to stop there and say I'll be keenly following to see if my expectations are being met by this report, so that when I come out of this place, I will be much more informed to go and also inform and use that as a form of advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's appreciate Hesbon from the Kenya National Union of Teachers. And so I think what's coming through is everybody is expecting something from this report. New insights, new opening, new suggestions. It's like any time you go, I know you'll forgive me, but the churches, when you go, the preacher will always say, I hope you are expecting to receive from the Lord, amen? Is everybody expecting to receive from Jesus this morning? That's what we normally say. I'll take you there one day, don't worry. No, my friend. And so I would like to now bring in, as I acknowledge also the presence of the assistance we are having from Ms. Edith Koros, sign language interpreter, as well as Ms. Simalei Catherine, also a sign language interpreter. Still appreciating our viewers and partners who are following us online at the moment. I'm sure we are going on very well. As I invite Ms. Dorcas Njoroge. Ms. Dorcas Njoroge is a research assistant. Her main role this morning is just to share with us the experience of being in the field. I'm sure most of us here have been to the field, and you know how challenging it can be. You can get a respondent who does not want to give you information at all. A respondent who will lie to you, just paint another picture of what is not even on the ground. And therefore you must be very, very qualified to see through the lie, see through the truth, and come up with what to present to people. So let's appreciate Madam Dorcas Njoroge. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. This part of the team, she's representing the team that went to the field to collect the raw data that was eventually analyzed and being presented here today. So for the speakers who have been here, let me allay the fears. We shall give you time to respond when the report is finally launched. Thank you. Dorcas, karibu.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to address you on an already established and observed protocol. My name is Dorcas Njoroge, as he has mentioned, and I am delighted to make a few remarks on behalf of Usawa Agenda's research assistant team. We were the foot soldiers that went to all 47 counties. We traversed the country as a team of 58. And our mandate was an intensified duty and responsibility to collect data within a fortnight, plus or minus a few days, depending on the vastness of the region that we represented, the population of schools, and of course, the challenges that emerge from these regions. We managed to access over 1,300 schools. On behalf of this team, allow me to extend our heartfelt gratitudes to all bodies, institutions, organizations, and individuals that were kind enough to help us make this exercise successful. In particular, allow me to thank the Ministry of Education. At our capacity as research assistants, the CDEs were the first people we knocked doors at in each county, and they granted us access to various schools that were sampled in all the counties. I would also like to thank the school principals. They were our main respondents. You made it possible for us to make observations in your institutions. The great insights you provided were essential to the reports that we wrote back to the principal investigator. Our role as RAs was to provide assistance to the principal investigator, Dr. Manyasa, by visiting all these counties, collecting data from sampled schools, and giving back feedback. Usawa Agenda had provided us with every tool that we needed, including a prior training to ascertain uniformity in collection of this data. While in the field, we were privileged to bear witness to the good, to the bad, and to the ugly. I must say, moving from one school to the other, and moving from one county to the other, it felt like a roller coaster of imbalances between the haves and the have-nots. We observed schools that were running with surplus of resources, and we also observed schools that were battling every day to function. We witnessed schools that are privileged to have excess food, even slaughter zones, and others that were depending merely on the CDF funds to have a meal a day. We witnessed schools with 4 to 5 laboratories, and others that had absolutely no apparatus, leave alone a room to call a laboratory. We observed schools with no libraries, inadequate classrooms. We saw schools that had no access to water or had to access water from kilometers away. We accessed schools that had insufficient and unfunctional restrooms. We accessed schools that teachers were not availing themselves for lack of toilets. We visited schools with no staff rooms, no administration blocks, no adequate staff, no sick bays. By now, I'm sure you're getting the drill. I must commend the principals and their staff for managing some of these not too bearable situations. We saw how some of these principals have actually gone way beyond the call of duty to make these schools keep running. We observed schools that had amazing resources also. I must mention that as a personal experience, moving from deep end of Tana River County, where actually the photo you've seen there was taken, under the shelter that is funny. That was a makeshift class. And coming back to Machakos County at some of at some of national schools, there was close to nil comparison. And these are in terms of resources, in terms of attendance, and in terms of performance. These varying experiences were also reported by RAs across all counties, so the imbalances is somehow uniform. And I believe that this has been captured in the report that is to be launched today. Despite the immense support we received, allow me to also highlight a few challenges that we stumbled upon as research assistants. which are also well documented and were brought back to the principal investigator. I'm going to mention just a few, but believe me, there were more than this. One, extreme doubt. When we went looking for this information, we accessed principals who couldn't give us information because they doubted our mandate, despite having followed all protocol that is supposed to be followed, and having all the materials that we needed and all everything that we needed to have to access this information. This means that despite having a crafted and elaborate questionnaire that we were using, and we didn't go beyond it or way far away from it, we couldn't access some information from some of the sampled schools. Number two, withholding of vital information. Some principals, unfortunately, felt like we were there to investigate them, or how they're using the resources, or how they are running the schools. Yet all we needed was to just get information that was again in the questionnaire. Number three, a challenge that we came across was silent hostility. And I'm calling this silent hostility because the bearer of data would keep us waiting. We would make appointments, they would not turn up. We go the second day, the third day. Remember, we said we had a timeline of at least a fortnight. Now, having mentioned this, we do understand that this kind of information that required may have been sensitive and that the principals have a duty to safeguard it. But I would also like to mention that surveys are done or conducted to help understand underlying issues, to provide insights, to identify gaps, and ultimately to create a platform that can advocate and engage stakeholders to find solutions. I would therefore urge all bodies that may be approached in future that if you get an opportunity to share information that can bring forth good tidings to the society that you serve, be as helpful as you can with data to the researchers and their principal researchers and their assistant research assistants with utmost trust and truth to help in bridging such gaps and finding suitable solutions. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you, thank you. Let us appreciate once again Dorcas, who has given us insights, the challenges they went through. As I know, that's why I said earlier, if you have ever been conducting a research either on your own or as a research assistant, it's never a bed of roses. Extracting information from people, especially when they classify it themselves as sensitive. I'm informed that some of Usawa gender research assistants who supported in the secondary school survey are participating online. So wherever you are, those research assistants, we salute you. We thank you for the great work. We recognize you, and we wish you very well in even future surveys. I also like to recognize the STAR, KBC TV, East Africa Times, KTN News, Kameme, Nation Media Group, and Radio Pamoja as the part of the media houses that are represented here today. So we can already start as I prepare to invite my friend, Nuru Bakar, to the stage. Because the report, I'm suspecting, I've not seen it, but the reports of such a kind have statistics, you know. This, if you ever read a column by one Mwalimu Andrew, if there's one unit that has made him never to graduate, whether it is true or false, statistics. He is not alone. I was not found in music by mistake. Statistics. Any teacher of mathematics here, you are not the very best friend of mine in school. You are always on time, actually before time, hovering around the class when I'm still enjoying my CRE or English. You always took over my PE lessons for us to cover calculus. Please, God bless you wherever you are. I also invite, let's put our hands together for Nuru. Nuru, karibu sana. James Shearer, country lead Twaweza Kenya, karibu sana. On stage, you have seen this gentleman. He has spoken to us He has spoken to the government. He has spoken to bandits. He's the only one who has addressed bandits in a song or in a melodious way. He has talked to corruption. He has talked to what? Relationships. Now today, sijui unaongea nini lakini. Karibu sana Bakari.
Wastahiki wageni waliko wote, waadhama waandalizi wa hafla hii nzuri, na wasalimia hamjambo. Ni fahari kubwa kupata fursa adhimu kama hii ya kuweza kuzungumza na nyie kwa namna tofauti na vile ambavyo mnaelewa. Ningekuwa labda pengine na uwezo mkubwa zaidi, ningekupeni kila mtu gari au nyumba, lakini nina uwezo mmoja ambao nitakupeni kwa muda mfupi ujao. Shairi langu ni kuhusu mada ya siku, kuambatana na kanuni na taratibu nilizoagizwa na Usawa Agenda, kwamba watoto lazima wasome. Na shairi langu leo linasema kuhusu watoto wote wasome, tubadilishe dunia. Linakwenda kama mtakavyolisikia. Elimu kwa wasichana ni wajibu wa jamii. Tuwafunze kupambana kwa kuwa wana bidii. Wani werevu sana wakifunzwa wanatii. Watoto wote wasome, tubadilishe dunia. Tuzingatie makazi wanakoishi watoto, kisha tuwape ujuzi bila kuwacha pangoto, ili wakipata kazi wasipigwe mikong'oto. Watoto wote wasome, tubadilishe dunia. Na watoto walemavu wafanyieni ungwana, waupate utulivu katika wao ujana. Wafunzwe uvumilivu waume kwa wasichana. Watoto wote wasome, tubadilishe dunia. Mkitunga mitaala wakumbukeni wambali, mjue wana madhila hata ya kuenda skuli. Wengi hawana chakula, viatu ni kanda mbili. Watoto wote wasome, tubadilishe dunia. Kuna wale masikini, shida baada ya shida, wanaishi vichakani, wanatembea kwa muda. Watamlilia nani kupata msaada? Watoto wote wasome, tubadilishe dunia. Ninawaomba jamani, tuzingatie elimu. Walio serikalini sasa itawalazimu, wajue huko shuleni mambo mengi ni magumu. Watoto wote wasome, tubadilishe dunia. Watoto wote wasome, tubadilishe dunia.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Nuru Bakari. Thank you. Watoto wote wasome, tufanye nini? Watoto wote wasome, tufanye? Sumuimbe pia. Tubadilishe dunia. I can take over your job, huh? Watoto wote wasome. Nimesikia tu wastahiki, kong'oto, Kiswahili jameni, statistics ingine. I thought it would go on and on and on. That's normally the problem. You're normally brief, but that's what art is all about. Unaonjesha tu kidogo. Thank you so much, Nuru, my friend. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, is this time we have been waiting for. We have been speculating, we have been anticipating, we have been guessing, we have been thinking, wako na nini? These statistics, is this anything new? I also don't know, apart from, despite that I'm a member of Usawa, I wish to invite, it's my honor and pleasure to invite, I'm told, I'm inviting Boaz Waruku, Human First, Sikh Donek. Boaz Waruku, I'm told you're the one who's coming to now give us the way, John the Baptist, making the way for the report. Sorry, Edie, I just seen the message now. Let's appreciate Boaz Waruku, Human First, Sikh Donek. Elimu Bora. Yeah, now you have made it easier. Elimu Bora. The gentleman on stage, ladies and gentlemen, is Boaz Waruku from Elimu Bora, to make a few remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Boaz Waruku. I think that signature is from the 90s. Humanity first, thus we serve Sikh Donek. So whoever picked it, that's not the institution that I'm representing here, but that is what I believe in from here. Thank you for this opportunity. Sorry to interrupt because somehow I needed to leave, but I said you don't come to such an occasion and then just walk away. But I didn't know that you'd invite me. Otherwise, I would have prepared a little bit better. One, I know I have been here severally, and each and every time we come here, I know things do change. The improvements become visible. I know I was here when the MDGs were being celebrated, the 2000, the KIE before it became the KCD. I know at that time the main issue was the tuition fee and the levies. Are those still the same issues today? Somehow they are still the same issues. I know that several years later, 2007, we were here and we did declare that for us to move forward, given that Kenya has been at the forefront in leading in education reform agenda, not just at the country level, but even globally, continental and globally. We were here to say, if you do not support quality, inclusive, and equitable education, then you'll not get any vote from the parents, teachers, and everyone. That was here. I know that even subsequently after that, we said that, okay, we've been trying very much from the previous moments, commitments made by governments, that we agreed that there are certain goals and specific targets. When our own ambassador, Ambassador Macharia, was chairing the SDG process, and we said, okay, within the continent of Africa, these targets will have to be made, SDG 4 will have to be met, and I know we are still grappling with that. I also know that last year, actually December 2022, as we were struggling with our election processes, Africa as a continent was also struggling to say, how do we move forward with this education agenda? And said, let us just dedicate a whole year to refocus on how we make sure that education delivers for our children, for our society, so that the transformation agenda, because I think that's when the transformation tests, the Transformative Education Summit was being held in New York. Antonio Guterres convened that. So when that Africa Union Summit did declare that this 2024 is actually the year that all other things can stay aside, and we refocus again on what is ailing education. Are our children learning? Dr. Sarah Ruto, the question you asked through Twaweza many years ago, we are still asking. Are our children learning not just at the primary school level, not just at the secondary school level, but at the tertiary, the universities and all. Are our children still learning? Having listened to what many of the colleagues have already mentioned, the good thing is that he didn't tell me how much time to take, but I know I'll summarize. Having listened to what is actually going on, I think it becomes very apparent for me that a report of this magnitude, the school survey reports, should be a thing that we naturally get used to and we churn them out. We do proper surveys, these researches, so that annually we are able to account for what investments we've made in public education particularly, and actually in ensuring that the learning that our children go through realize some results at the end. So I like the aspect and through the ED of Usawa agenda, by ensuring that you actually deal with the primary education sector. The primary schools, you come to the secondary schools, that's the basic education as a whole. It is significant because it allows you really to interrogate the essence or the key issues that are in there. But let me just point out that a few things which are still elusive to us is, I think, just being very truthful and committed to the goals or the ideals that we champion, we talk about there. For example, when everybody else in Kenya has been struggling and saying that let our children go to school and learn, UNESCO and the statistics we have around, we know more than 2 million of those people are still outside. I think I did say that around 2000, we were here saying remove fees, remove those levies and all. And we said let no child be left out. We said let everyone be in school, then we are able to deal with education matters. As also a research body, that's a Limubora working group, which is domiciled at the Kenya Human Rights Commission, and I'm privileged to advise them on the policy and strategy issues. I will tell you that part of what we do encounter is that we have not made any serious progress on the quality aspects. And we are also lowering our guard when it comes to access, including at the secondary education level. That even when Corona did strike, many of our girls did not get back to school. And it's like we have even forgotten. I think it is an issue that time will heal, time will address those. Is that how we should be operating? No. I know that the school infrastructure is still becoming a problem, and that is why, even with the new system coming into place, the CBC, it is very difficult for many of those children or those learners who are already in school to get the competency that we desire. Elimu Bora calls for a holistic school, one that when you walk in, you're able to say that people are in here and are learning, and that that holistic approach also enables us as a society, I mean, to include issues of Usawa, because that is very important, so that a school in Wothogik and a school in Nairobi should be considered on the basis of certain standards. Those standards should be uniform, should be universal, and we should be able to say that is a school, a holistic school. If we give them the names that I know, that the ones that have been coming, a comprehensive school, let them be called comprehensive school, but it is a school. Also, the issue of the teachers, I know our colleagues from the teaching fraternity may dwell on this based on the report as it would emerge, that it is very important for us also to be consistent. I think Kenya was among the first countries to declare that indeed the revitalization of the school, of the teaching profession would take place. Dr. Sarah Ruto, I'm correct on that. Dr. Beatrice Hamati Njenga, who was heading the Africa Union Education Department, led us in the Continental Education Strategy. Strategic objective number 1, and we said it must start from home, revitalization of the teaching profession, and how that is supposed to be done. Where are we with that? We are dealing with issues of having teachers who have been trained, qualified, and then you employ them at 15,000 a month as interns. Thanks to the judiciary. Thanks to the judiciary, because at least some sense could be coming back. I hope TSC should also be getting engaged in this, because I think TSC should recapture its mandate fully and understand that they are supposed to be dealing with teachers, not trainees. They only register those who have been trained and qualified as teachers and see how they deploy them. So without taking a lot of time, I know there are issues of how the curriculum delivery is being done. The materials, the materials for instructions for learning and teaching within those schools, I hope they would be emerging from the report on how important it is for us to keep that being reviewed and renewed. The center where we are, this directorate has been known to help us in trailblazing, in doing great things ahead. I wish, I know that you invited the ED, Professor Ongondo. I hope he'll find time, or even his people are also here. But I know they are trying to do some good job. Let us collectively agree that the challenges in education are not strong. We are stronger and we are able to overcome them if only we work together. But also, in truth, not saying things which do not happen and making things happen which are not supposed to take place. I think if we abandon that, we'll be on the right path. Thank you so much, and sorry for interrupting your maiden presentation, that is of the report. Otherwise, I endorse the report even before I listen to it, because the snippets of it, I think, would reach me. And as a Limo Bora would be party to how to the framework of following up those recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, let's appreciate him. And I'd like to, Bwana Boaz, you don't need to apologize, just launch, recommend the report, adopt it. I think we have been in functions where someone is sent with a speech to close. It's a festival, music or drama, comes 5 minutes to the end, and in the speech is written the way I've enjoyed the performances, high quality performances that I've watched here today. Why can't they delete that line? Because you did not watch. What happened to honesty? Thank you. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Manyasa. If I can borrow from my friend Nuru. Tumualike Manyasa tupatie ripoti. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Morris, now I understand why you wanted to lie that we were in college the other day.
You never know.
Because you don't want these young people here to realize that we have actually grown old. So, thank you for, again, being here. I want to very quickly try and take us through the findings of this report so we can have the formal launch, and we have very important speeches coming that we are going to be listening to as well immediately after this. I want to share about whether we have answered this question about our schools being unjust by design. And for those who may not have met us before, who do not know who our agenda is, and let me be honest and explain. We don't think that we are that known, because when we were recruiting research assistants, and Dorcas has been here, and we wanted to get someone from every county, we tried to get someone from some counties. And when you asked them to send us their ID number and bank account number so we can draft a contract for them, they said, "You're fraudsters." They actually did not accept to be contracted in the end. It took us some time to find someone from every county. So we know that we are not that known because there are people who were hearing this name for the first time, and when you ask someone their ID number and bank account, they immediately said, "You are fraudsters. You want to con me." That gave us the impression that although they are young people, they may be having some good money on their account. Otherwise, how would you fear that someone will steal what you don't have? So as with our agenda, we are not for-profit organization. We previously existed as Uwezo, and you have heard Boaz mentioned, and Dr. Sarah Ruto and Dr. John Mugo are here, who are the leaders of Uwezo. We existed as Uwezo under Twaweza, and I have colleagues from Twaweza here. I think James is here, Melania is here. When we were transitioning to become an organization, we chose to be called Usawa because we wanted to focus on education justice. And the reason why we wanted to be focusing on education justice is how we perceive the current education system to be. Please project the third slide. Our perspective of what the current education system is reflected in the tree that you see on your left. That tree tells us that children come from very different backgrounds. We consider the roots of that tree to be the children. They come from very different backgrounds. They come with different personal circumstances and different abilities. And they come into education system, which is the trunk of that tree. And our perspective of what the education system is now is that they go through the education system and still emerge from the end, still carrying what they came into school with. So that if you came from a very disadvantaged background, you attend school intermittently, on, off, missing school because you've been sent away for this and that. And then you also attend the school that is least facilitated, least facilities, many of them without teachers. And so basically you just grow up in the school and you emerge out of school with the challenges you came into school with. Those 40-something thousand is that we get every year when KCSE is announced. Those are children who have just grown up in school because they face the same challenges after school as they faced before they came to school. That is how we perceive the current system to be. What we aspire to see and what we think is possible in Kenya, we think it is possible to have what we see on the right-hand side in that figure, that we can do nothing about where the children come from. They will come with their challenges, personal and family and others, a child with a disability, a child with learning challenges, a child from a very disadvantaged background. But the school system, when it functions properly, it should be able to actually blunt those disadvantages and enable the children to emerge out of school able to thrive in life. We can see that that tree has all the branches green, regardless of how the color of the roots looked like. And those trees, that tree does not have equal branches. So education cannot equalize people, but it should be able to equalize opportunities and enable everyone who has gone through education to be able to thrive after school in their different directions. What are our approaches? We conduct research, we conduct the assessments like the one we were launching earlier in the year. We engage in communications and engagement. Deliberately, we don't use the word advocacy as an organization. And the reason is that we don't advocate for anything. Because advocating means that you know everything and you are trying to convince the other person to do exactly as you know it. We don't have that perfect knowledge. We admit to that. So we bring what we know, and we want to engage with you on what we know so that we also learn from you, because you know much more than what we know. We are committed to building coalitions. And always I'm very happy to see our friend Hesbon in our launches, because Dr. Sarah and Dr. Muga will tell you it was a long fight to get to the point where we are working together with NAT. Yeah? We are committed to building these coalitions and to making sure that all the stakeholders are working together for the good of the children. For this survey, we went to 1,317 secondary schools across the country, public and private. So we interviewed 1,317 principals. We collected KCSE results for over 39,000 students who sat KCSE in 2022. And we're seeking to answer this question, whether our secondary school system is unjust by design. The sample was given to us by KNBS, and they sampled 1,342 schools. We had a bit of non-response, but we also had a few schools that dropped out because they were in the sample. They were private schools. We went there and found they had closed. And there were no nearby private schools that could be picked to replace them. So we ended up not having 100% response rate because a few schools had dropped out. The sample was stratified. First, this sample is nationally representative, so we stratified schools in the different cadres, and then randomly sampled a nationally representative sample. And once we had that sample, we distributed the sample across the counties in the proportion that the counties had those category of schools. And then we interviewed the principals and observed facilities. We took very many photos, and we are very grateful to the principals who allowed to access the facilities to take photos. We guaranteed them that those photos will not be abused, and we are keeping to the promise that we made. What are the findings that we have? We looked at how the schools are distributed by their categories and their residency. So 47.7% of schools in the country are day schools. When you look at all the categories, 47.7 are day schools, 28% are boarding, and 24.3 are actually day and boarding. So boarding schools are 28%, and day and boarding 24%. We are reporting this not on the sample, but on the population, because this sample was weighted, and we were given the weights by KNBS. So when you weight the sample, then what it gives is the actual picture. The average number of streams by school category and class, and we report this because we think it's important. There are schools that are extremely congested, but we also have schools that are underutilized in the country. And that is the challenge that we have. If we made all schools to pull their weight, we'll actually not have congestion in our secondary schools. So if you look at national schools, on average, they have 8 streams. For every class, they have 8 streams. But the last year's Form 1, they had 9 streams. And for all the levels, for all the schools, the numbers are increasing as you move from Form 4 to Form 1, which means that we should be expecting the numbers getting into secondary school to be still increasing, because the streams are increasing as you move from Form 4 to Form 1. I need to go to the next slide. We look at the distribution of these schools by the gender of the school and sponsorship. And by sponsorship here, we meant those schools that are sponsored by religious organizations. We know those that were founded by religious organizations. We have schools that are sponsored by the Catholic Church. We have the schools that are sponsored by the Council of Imams. We have schools that are sponsored by the Anglican Church, by SDA. If you put together all those schools that are sponsored, they're actually 69% of the schools in the country. So it was important when the other day the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops were issuing a statement and saying they're not happy with the way the government is treating them, because majority of the schools in the country are actually sponsored, founded by by faith-based organizations. We look at the range, and I want us to pay attention to this because this is where the inequities start to emerge. The range of subjects that are taught and examined in different schools. So the mandatory subjects that every school must offer are 7. So ideally because KCSE is done in 7 subjects. So mandatory is 7. But we can see that if you look at our sub-county schools, they're offering between 8 and 17 subjects. The one that has the highest is 17. But if you look at the national schools, they're offering up to 23 subjects that are examined. What does that mean? Because that means that a learner who is there has options, very many options. If you wanted to do art and design, you might find it there. If you wanted to do accounts, you might find it there. If you wanted to do agriculture, it might be there. If you go to a small school that offers only the mandatory subjects, then you're told this school, the subject is agriculture, so you'll do agriculture. If your talent was in music or something else, that option is not here. So the big schools that are able to offer more subjects are actually offering learners better opportunities than those that are offering few. We look at the numbers in the schools, and a median national school has roughly 1,573 students enrolled, compared to a median sub-county school that has 252, and a median private school, 142 learners. So private schools at secondary level are generally way smaller than the public schools. We can go to the next slide still. We look at the effect of the 100% transition, and we asked the principals what they think the impact has been on their schools. A good number of them actually thought that it had caused the enrollment to increase significantly. If we look at that first bar, 82% of special schools said that caused significant increase in their enrollment, but overall, about 45.8% of those principals said the 100% transition had the effect of significant increase in enrollment in their schools. We had 5% who said it had negatively impacted enrollment in their schools. And so there is a whole range in between, from those who saw that it increased slightly to those who said it didn't change at all, and those who saw a slight decline in their enrollment. So the 100% transition has not had, generally it has had the effect of increasing the number of students enrolled in schools, but it has not had the same effect on all the schools. The less performing schools experienced a decline even in their enrollment. We looked at the percentage of learners absent on the day of the survey. When we were conducting the assessment on that day, overall 17.9% of the students were not in school. And so we were counting the learners in each class and comparing with the class register. How many are registered to be in that class and how many were physically present on the day of the assessment. Sub-county schools had the 23.9% compared to national schools which had 3.9%. And then special schools, which gave us an abnormal figure. We haven't understood really what had happened because we saw that 52% of the learners in special schools were absent on the day of the assessment. This number may not be so representative because we had only a small number of special schools in the assessment. So it's a number that we can take, but it's a number that is open to further investigation for the special school. For the other schools, the sample that we had was significant enough to be representative, and so we believe in the other figures for the absenteeism in the other levels. We analyzed the absenteeism rate vis-a-vis the residents of the school, whether the school was day or boarding. And we see that day schools were leading in absenteeism with 25.4%, much higher than the average. They were followed by day and boarding at 21.3%, and boarding schools had the lowest absenteeism rate, 9.3%, which is just about half of the national average absenteeism rate. We looked at the reasons why children were absent. We asked the principals why children who were absent were absent. And the most mentioned reason was that the children had been sent away for fees. 59.1% said those children had been sent away for fees. We looked at the percentage of teachers who were absent on the day of the survey. And roughly 13.2% of the teachers were absent. We can compare and see that the absenteeism rate among teachers was absenteeism rate. The absenteeism rate is higher, again, highest in sub-county schools at 14.5, and lowest in national schools at 9.2. So national schools, the absenteeism rate is even lower than the private schools, which are at 9.5. We looked at the estimated dropout rate of students for the 1 year to the date of the study. And on average, 2.2% of the children who had enrolled in school had dropped out of school in that year. And the dropout rate was higher for boys than girls. Boys at 2.3, girls at 2.1. But the dropout rate is highest in sub-county schools at 3.3 on average, compared to the national school, which has the lowest at 0.6% dropout. Actually, the extra county, which has 0.5, extra county is even lower than the national at 0.5%. And then when you compare by residency, again, day schools are the highest dropout rate, which is interesting because we expect that children are dropping out of school because of fees. And we expect that boarding schools are more costly than day schools. And yet the dropout rate is highest in day school. We looked at the distribution of teachers by gender. And we saw that 58.2% of the secondary school teachers are men and 41.8% are women. Even in girls' schools, we still have more men than women teachers. Because in girls' schools, it's where we have the highest representation of female teachers, but it is at 47.7%. We looked at the number of teachers per subject that is examined in the school, because we asked how many examined subjects are there. So we wanted to know how many teachers are there per each examined subject. And national schools have 7 teachers for every examined subject. Sub-county schools have 2 teachers for every examined subject. And nationally, the average is 3 teachers for every examined subject in a school. We looked at the distribution of board of management teachers by their monthly pay and category of school. And this is This is one of the challenges. When we speak to school heads, they tell you, and we have their leader here, she will talk to us about this. They are constrained with resources to pay BOM teachers. And those that have to rely on BOM teachers have to contend with frequent turnover because you are not able to pay so well. So these teachers are coming in, but they are queuing for employment elsewhere. So any time an opportunity arises elsewhere, they want to go. So we saw that majority of the BOM teachers are actually paid between 10 and 15,000. With some schools, some sub-county schools actually paying less than 10,000. And very few national schools paying between 25,000 and 30, and almost a negligible percentage of 1.2% paying more than 30,000 per month. We looked at the resources used to fund, the sources of funds used to pay these BOM teachers. And the funds are, and this is important, from government capitation, which does not have a budget for paying teachers. The government capitation funds have no budget line for paying teachers. But the principal finds himself with or herself with the teachers there who have to be paid. Parents have not paid. And the principal has to find a way of getting something out of capitation to pay them. Of course, that comes at the expense of other things that are supposed to be paid for by that capitation. So that is one. And the second is parents. And then we know that there are other sources that are on a smaller percentage, national government, CDF, well-wishers, external grants that come to supplement the payment of BOM teachers. We looked at the distribution of public school teachers, principals, and boards of management. And this is another interesting thing, that consistently women are underrepresented in the leadership of schools. So even where, for example, women are 41.8%, there are only 33% of the school heads, and there are only 15.7% of the chairs of BOM. We have a table that we will not share today because we are preparing a gender report from this, so we want to keep some information for the gender report. But you will see that even for the girls' schools, we still have more male chairs of BOM than women. We have done that analysis. And even for the mixed schools. We have looked at the distribution of principals by years of experience and school category. And we can see how they are distributed. National schools have 80% of their head teachers having served as head teachers for at least 10 years, for more than 10 years. As you move lower to the sub-county school, then you see more inexperienced head teachers. And maybe that also speaks to the performance that we see. We looked at the ownership of laboratories in schools. Physics lab, biology lab, chemistry lab, and multipurpose lab that is shared, where it's a generic lab, so every subject is done in that lab. And we can see again differences between the big schools and the small schools in terms of ownership of laboratories. The sub-county schools generally own the shared lab, where you have everything in the same laboratory. But the bigger schools, national and extra-county, have distinct labs for the science subjects, chemistry, physics, biology. We looked at ownership of an operational library. Now that tells you where I come from and how I was taught English. I was, first of all, taught in mother tongue up to grade 4, and then taught English in mother tongue up to some level, and then now taught English. So my mother tongue is always supreme, always surfacing when it wants to surface. We looked at the schools and those with a library and looked at whether those libraries are linked to online resources. And again, we'll see that national schools, 86% of them have a library, and at least 59% of those that have a library have their library linked to online resources. That differs with smaller schools. But the national average is 33% of the schools have a library, and 18.2% of those that have libraries have those libraries linked to online resources. We looked at the number of students sharing a textbook by school category, and only special schools stand out as having very many students share a book, at 6 students sharing a book, followed by private schools at 3 students sharing a book. Public schools have generally done well. We have a ratio of 1 to 1 in books. And I think that the government people here will be happy, because for sure that is a positive, that is clear. We looked at the schools that supply school uniform, and the chair of parents spoke about school uniform. On average, 16% of the schools in the country supply school uniform to their learners. It has been a huge subject of discussion, but only 16% of the schools supply uniform to their learners. The others do not supply uniform to their learners. But among the schools that supply uniform to their learners, most of them are private schools. 52.5% of them supply uniform, and national schools, 33.8%. Sub-county schools, only 7.1% of them supply uniform to their learners. For the schools that don't supply uniforms, we asked them where the students buy uniform. And we looked at 2 categories: those that recommend or actually guide the parents on where to buy uniforms, and those that allow parents to buy uniforms from places of their choice. So again, we saw that 20% of the schools that don't supply uniform still direct parents on where to buy uniform. They sent them to particular suppliers. But the remaining 80% of them ask parents to buy uniforms wherever they can buy. Average price of uniform. For 43% of the schools, the average price of one set of uniform is more than 5,000. And that is the national average of schools. But when you go to national schools, 64% of them, the uniform is more than 5,000 per pair, per set. So again here, the schools with the cheapest uniform are the sub-county schools. We looked at the average amounts of money received in scholarships and bursaries per child. We asked the principals if they have children who have received bursaries and have received scholarships, what was the average amount received. And we can see that 51.4% of them have received less than 3,000. Actually, on average, 38.3. But when you go to sub-county schools, 51.4% have received a bursary, have received a scholarship of less than 3,000 shillings. We have nationally 42% of them have received between 3,000 and 5,000. We have 13.9% of them who have received between 5,000 and 10,000. And only a very small percentage of 0.9 who have received more than 30,000 shillings in a year as bursary. These are averages. I know there are individuals who have received more, but there are also those who have received 1,000 and 2,000. We had that range of scholarship amounts received. We looked at the schools offering psychosocial support for their students, and looked at schools that have guidance and counseling office, 75.9% of them. Those that have teachers trained in guiding and counseling, 72.8%. Those that have some non-teaching staff who are trained in guiding and counseling, 13.5%. Maybe the rest we can look at. We looked at schools that provide various medical services by school category again. And on average, just about 20% of the schools have a sick bay in the school. About 91% of them have some linkage to a medical facility where they can refer children. I don't know whether now this will hold in the absence of the, what was the name of the medical scheme by students? In the absence of AFIA, I don't know whether the linkage with the medical facilities will continue, but it was there when we were collecting data. We looked at the main source of drinking water by school category, and on average, 32% of the schools get water from a borehole, 35% get water from a pipe, get piped water. But when you look at the sub-county schools, you'll see that 20% of them get water from rain. They harvest water. They do not have a borehole, and they don't have water that is piped. We looked at the schools that experienced water shortage in 1 month to the date of the study, and looked at the number of days they had missed water. And about 65% of the schools said they had not experienced water shortage in that month. They had experienced water shortage for 0 days. 11.6% had experienced water shortage for 1 to 2 days, 7.8%, 3 to 4 to 5 days, and about 2.4% had experienced water shortage for more than 25 days in the month, which means they literally didn't have water most of the time. We asked later on what were the reasons. We have not put here because we are trying to summarize, but it is in the report, and they gave us a range of reasons why there was no water in school. We looked at the general sanitation facilities in the school, and we had them rated from very clean to very dirty, and then to those that did not allow our research assistants to observe. As Dorcas mentioned, they received some cold shoulder in some places, they received a warm welcome in some places. So there are places where they were not allowed to observe. They were not allowed to walk around. They were told, you sit here and we give you your answers and you go away. But those were not many, thankfully. I think courtesy of the letter that had come from the ministry and letters that came from the county directors of education, we were largely given access, except for a few schools. Again, we can see here that on average, 12% of the schools were rated as very clean, and 71.8% as clean. But we still had 10% that were rated as dirty, and we had 4.1% that were rated as very dirty. And I can testify to this because recently I went to attend a funeral of a friend's father, and his father was fairly prominent, and we had to hold the funeral service in the church compound, even though the father had been a long-serving member of the education sector, and we had hoped that the nearby secondary school would give us the facility to use. And we were told by the family that the reason they didn't choose that secondary school, which is a big school, is because the toilets are near the gate and they stink. And they didn't want their guests coming from everywhere to meet that kind of reception at the entrance. So it is true that there are schools that have not taken very good care of their sanitation. We had a small percentage of 1% that did not allow our research assistants to observe the facilities. We looked at who cleans the schools. And you see a correlation between the schools being very clean and who cleans them. For sub-county schools, 90% of them are cleaned by learners. It's the learners who do the cleaning. And you can understand if they are not clean at some point, because if it is raining in the morning, the time when learners have time to clean, as it has been behaving recently, and class time comes before it stops raining, and these learners have to go to class, then the day goes without cleaning. But we have like national schools where 51.2% of them, the cleaning is done by employees who are employed in the school. And we have a few schools where they have contracted companies that do the cleaning. We looked at boarding schools that adhere to the safety guidelines on spacing of students' beds in the dormitories. And we have pictures for this. Some of those dormitories are just death traps. All that is required is for one child to shout fire at night, and they will die in a stampede, because you have no space to keep your box. So during the day, you keep your box on your bed. I don't know where they keep them at night, but when we took photos, they had their boxes on their beds, and we didn't see any space where they keep those boxes at night. They are congested to an extreme level. Nationally, only 40.5% of the schools said they were actually meeting the guidelines that they have been given by the ministry. And I think that this is a conversation that is important to have. What needs to be done? Because we don't need to wait for a disaster to happen and then behave like we didn't know that this disaster was coming. Percentage of schools offering computer lessons, we looked at that. And nationally, 33.9%, with, of course, more boys' schools offering computer studies at 63.3% compared to girls' schools, and much lower rate at the mixed school. What did we find? I'm about to conclude. I've talked a lot. What did we find in terms of the data that we collected on learning outcomes? There has always been this debate around small schools admit children with low marks. That's why they have a right to churn out lower grades at Form 4, because they admit with low marks. We looked at the average numbers of candidates presented for examination by different levels of schools. So we had sub-county schools with an average of 75 candidates. That number has gone down compared to 2020, where it was 78. We looked at the county schools with 104 candidates, having gone up slightly from 102 in 2020. We saw extra county with 188, again, an increase from 172. And national schools had registered the biggest increase in the number of candidates to 301 from 259 in 2020. For the first time, we were assessing private schools and the special schools, and they had 56 and 51 candidates, respectively. We looked at the average entry marks into those different categories of schools. And sub-counties, they were admitting 245 average. County schools were admitting 276 average. Extra county schools were admitting 313 average. And national schools were admitting 376 average, with private schools taking in 290 and special schools taking in 192 and the average mark. These are the results. Sorry that they are presented in this form, but I will explain the results and what they mean. This is a regression model that we conducted to just confirm that there is significant association. So we looked at the KCSE grade against the entry marks. And if you changed the entry mark by 1 mark, if the entry mark increased by 1 mark, you will increase the mean score of the learner by 0.03 points. That is the effect of the entry mark. This argument that certain schools admit with lower entry grades and so they have a right to churn out lower exit grades, this is how important the entry mark is to the exit grade. It just adds 0.03 to the mean score of the candidate. But let's look at the gender of the school. We took the mixed school as the reference point. With the mixed school as a reference point, boys who attend boys' schools will score a mean score of 1.13 points higher in their grade than those who are attending a mixed school. That means you hold everything else constant, entry marks is the same, the level of the school is the same. A boy in a mixed school will in a boys' school will outperform the boy in a mixed school. The same case with girls. Girls attending a girls' school will outperform the girls in the mixed school by 0.56 points in their mean score. We looked at the residents of the school, and we took the day and boarding as the reference, and looked at the performance of the day school and the boarding school vis-a-vis the day and boarding. If you have a child in 2 children who have exactly the same gender, same entry behavior and everything, and one attends a day school and the other attends a day and boarding, the one attending a day school will underperform the one in a day and boarding by 0.89 points in their mean score. The day school will underperform the one in a day and boarding. But the one who goes to boarding will outperform the one in a day and boarding by 0.16 points in their mean score. And those percentages are significant if you look at them. They're very significant differences. We looked at the category of the school, and this is the giant one that we have to speak to, because this, to us, is the citadel of education injustices in Kenya. If we took the sub-county school as a reference point, if you compare to a sub-county school, the child in a county school will outperform the one in the sub-county with 1.29 points in their mean score. You compare an extra-county child to the sub-county, they will outperform the one in sub-county with 1.37 in their mean score. You compare a national school one, they will outperform the one in the sub-county with 1.66 points in their mean score. That is when you hold all other characters of the learner constant. They are the same gender, they are the same entry marks from KCPE, they have the same level of the school, so their personal attributes are actually held constant. And the school level characteristics are only allowed to vary to the level that they vary according to classification. You find that difference. The only school that underperforms the sub-county school is the special school, and we understand, because that is a school that is dealing with children with such a level of disability that some of them have learning disabilities, and you expect that they will underperform the sub-county school. We looked at the principal's education level, and we took bachelor's degree as the reference point and compared those with a bachelor's degree against those with master's and PhD. And those with master's and PhD, their schools underperform the schools of those with bachelor's degree. I don't know if that is controversial, but the data is available. Someone else can do the analysis and see if they get different results. That is what it shows. That schools which are headed by master's and PhD holders underperform schools that are headed by bachelor's degree holders by 2.9 points. We looked at whether the principal has management training, whether they have received management training in the past 2 years, and we found a positive impact on the results with 0.5 points increase in the school mean score when the principal has undergone management training. We looked at the number of teachers trained in counseling. That had no effect on the scores of students. We looked at whether the school has medical personnel in the school. And the reference point was that they don't have, and if the school has, the learners score 0.38 points higher than the school that does not have medical personnel in the school. We looked at the number of fully equipped first aid kits in the school, and it had a small but significant impact on the small and positive significant impact on the performance of learners. We looked at the source of water and treated rain and river and others as the reference and compared that to having piped or borehole. And having piped water or borehole water had a positive impact on the learning outcomes compared to the other sources. I have said very many things. These are our funders: Wellspring Philanthropic Fund, Echidna Giving, and Imaginable Futures. I am happy that representatives of 2 of the 3 are here, and they will share with us thoughts after this. But I just wanted to clarify something that we have been asked questions about. People have asked us, what do you mean by education justice? And maybe it's important to clarify so that it is understood. This was defined long time ago by someone called Tony. And he defined education justice as obtaining if the society secures for all its children educationally what a wise parent desires for their own children. So that is the question we are grappling with, to ask, as a society called Kenya, have we secured for every child what a wise parent desires for his or her own children? If we haven't achieved that, we still have situations of education injustices. And so our call is then to ask ourselves, what role can we individually and collectively play to try and get this society to a level where it can afford for every child what a wise parent desires for his or her own children. Thank you.
How? Thank you very much. Trying to tie things together. Let's appreciate Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa for a good job well done. Thank you very much. I think what is emerging many issues, and I'm sure you have been taking notes, so that when we start the question and answer, you can be able to enhance this report more and more. He has talked about subjects, and of course, when he was talking about the school, we have schools which have aeroplanes, isn't it? I saw Mango High School with a whole something, they call it Boeing. It's not a small personal jet. It was a school I went to, I don't want to mention. Maybe they bought a bus after I left, or maybe, I have no idea. There are schools where they don't talk about parking lots during Parents' Day or Visiting Day. They talk about landing pads. Where will my parent land? Not where will my parent park. There are schools when you go to a teacher and say, look, I'm so pressed, can you show me where I can? When she shows you or he shows you, you go back to factory settings, you become normal. Unamwambia niko sawa tu, nitafika. And it's true, utafika, because of the conditions that you're seeing. So very salient issues that are coming up. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Kiarie. Dr. Kiarie, tafadhali uje from Ministry of Education, Director Quality Assurance, so that we can be able to launch this report, which we shall have time to interrogate, time to ask questions. And ED, I'm sure you need to be okay, right? I am informed that we allow Dr. Kiarie to make, from Ministry of Education, to make his remarks, and then the other ceremony can proceed. Dr. Kiarie, karibu.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, I think now I'm audible. So I was just introducing myself as Dr. Moses Kiarie from the Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards, Ministry of Education, and I'm representing my head of directorate. Though I'm a director, we also have head of directorate. This is the new structuring that is coming up because there are so many directors nowadays, but there is one director for the directorate, and this is Madam Evelyn Owoko. We are several of us in the directorate, both in the headquarters and in the field, and majority of us are in the field, including myself. I want to say that I was fortunate to secure some time to grace this occasion. I want to thank the USAWA Agenda team for doing this commendable job. And as I was listening here, I was almost relating this report with what we do in the schools when we visit them. Actually, all the parameters, all the variables, we normally scrutinize them. The whole school assessment, lesson assessment, and all that. But there is a distinctive difference between us and them. Because when we do our assessment ourselves, we give all those statistics, the analysis, and all that. But we normally have an instant feedback in form of oral feedback, and also a written feedback, recommendations. So that is exactly what we do. I've not had the benefit of producing this report, but I've just seen the highlights, which are very statistical. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, statistics don't cheat. Figures don't cheat. But if those figures were also elicited from incorrect information, they shall also elicit incorrect interpretation. But I want to really appreciate this. They never gave us the intricacies of research. You know, some of us would wish, some of us who have done behavioral science research, you would wish to know what was the validity of this research. You want to know the reliability of this research, the specific ethical considerations. And you know, we in the ministry, our information is classified. Sometimes we don't release it, and especially when it is not meant for the academic purposes. So sometimes we do have all those reservations, but nonetheless, this is a fair representation of what really happens in our schools, and we don't want to defend or deny, but we want to say that in our modus operandi of doing our research or our assessment, there's something that we also do. Perhaps I've already had my friend and colleague, Dr. Manyasa refer to the positives. so that when we venture into assessment, we are aware that the school is afloat because of some outstanding and salient qualities that is making them continue operating despite the highlighted challenges. Isn't it? Now, as a ministry, I would wish that, allow me kindly also to highlight some areas that were not touched by research, but are also very pertinent. And this is exactly what is happening. And you know, the historical background of our ministry, you may wish to know that as early as 1912, our ministry was a mere department embedded somewhere within the Nairobi County offices. And over time, this education department has had tremendous growth. Today, we are talking of a ministry with various state departments, various PSs, headed by one CS, and performing outstandingly well. Perhaps the research never delved into how do we finance our education in Kenya, which we do, and which is a positive, which we normally achieve by capitation based on enrollment. So we don't understand why the idea of learners being sent home for school fees, why is it emerging out with what we call free day secondary fund? Remember, that funding, that capitation is not meant for boarding. We assume if you are having your kid in the boarding, somehow you can manage. So our capitation is based on what we call free day public secondary schools. But we also don't disallow them to have engagement with the parents in as far as perhaps managing their lunch is concerned. So they are not sent home for school fees. That may be very categorical. They are sent home for what? Lunch fee. And which is a parental obligation in any case. But if the parents has had a contract with the school that the school feeds them, and then the same parent declines to send money or food in the school, definitely you won't have kids in school the whole day without a meal. And you know, we insist, if they must have a meal, let it be a hot meal. We don't wish that they carry meals from home. We don't know where they would store in the school, so perhaps very few the places, and the meal becomes stale. So we insist on having clean, hot meal. So my friend Daktari, we don't send them for school fees, but for lunch fee. So there's a big plus for this capitation. And of course, we also know that besides capitation, you mentioned it very, very well. We have got a 1-to-1 learner textbook ratio, vis-a-vis what we found with private school. Private school, we mentioned of 1.6, and special schools, one. Yeah. Yes, you know, special schools. These are as special as the name is suggesting. And sometimes when we are doing the publication, their books may be slightly different, a little bit different. But we have had majority of our public schools with 1.1 textbook book ratio. And I really want to commend this research for bringing it out very well. The ministry also does the infrastructural support, the lab infrastructure, the tuition infrastructure, those grants, they come. Sometimes they come through affirmative action, and sometimes they just come in terms of the categorization. And this is taxpayers' money. If you go right now, we are having a robust amassing of materials for grade 9. And we shall be on course and we shall be on schedule for this. As we are transiting from grade 8 to grade 9, a single classroom shall have come up very fast. And if the ministry can be able to assemble a classroom on record, 3 months, it's very, very possible. But now you have got that duration of time. So that one came out, never came out of these. And perhaps it's also wise for me to mention that the ministry sponsors through NEC all the KCPE, KCSE, national examinations. We just capture the enrollment through NEC. And then at the time the NEC submits these enrollments of KCPE, KCSE candidates, then the ministry, through Treasury, we manage this. But not for repeaters. Reasons being, a repeater had benefited previously, isn't it? So they don't benefit twice. So if your learner was to benefit, we successfully exclude them in this. That's a big plus for us, and I wouldn't wish to have it again said. Of course, where my directorate of quality assurance and standards, we are both in the headquarters and also in the field, and we are doing a commendable job. If you were to venture into our national wall, you would realize that during this term, not a single county that never mounted an assessment. Using public money, we liaise very well with the Kesha. Where do Kesha get their money from? Which they give us sometimes. It is still public money, isn't it? So we normally do that, and we have got a policy in the field. Because sometimes in the field, we also have those private schools which sometimes don't contribute to this pool. So we normally have a ratio that if you are assessing 10 schools in a county, ensure at least 1 or 2 are private. And when we approach them to assist in the facilitation, they say, you people have got the government money, blah, blah, blah. But we do it using reasons being, even if learners are in private schools, they are not private. They are public. So we normally do that arrangements, and normally we view all that. I don't want to say so much about what was omitted out, and which also doesn't imply that I'm negating what has been placed, but I'm simply saying what the minister is doing. The insurance scheme, the EduAfia, it has been in place, except recently when we are having some structural adjustment of the NHIF and National Social Security Fund. And I think once it is streamlined, then it shall be in place. And may I say finally, all these challenges of categorization of schools, national, county, sub-county, extra-county, and all these, our CBC system that is coming very, very strongly. So these categorizations shall be of the past, because we are now talking of these schools in terms of pathways. When they go to senior school, which pathways, which school is offering what area of specialization, and perhaps we expect that the differentiation, which are leading perhaps to these injustices, they may be things of the past. We are on course. So all is well, and I don't wish to maybe exaggerate, but we are doing extremely well. Now, as a ministry, I also wish to emphasize that, especially Quality Assurance Directorate, quality is of fundamental interest to us. Quality education, and that's an area we normally emphasize. Of course, we also emphasize issues of access. Access is also very important, and in access, we have had a policy that we have mentioned here, the 100% transition. And perhaps this may not go without some challenges, because when we are talking of all kids going to the school, and perhaps the resources could be meager, we are achieving 100% access on the one hand, but of course challenges that go hand in hand with that access. Then equity we also emphasize. We give capitation overboard. When I talk of capitation, it is money per learner, isn't it? Irrespective of whether you are in public national school, public, extra-county public. So in a big way, we are really trying to mitigate against, I want to interpret equity as perhaps imbalanced status within the education sector or unfairness and all that. But you see, our education system is centralized. So we normally give some of these resources overboard centrally. So ladies and gentlemen, I think those are some few highlights I wanted to make. And I want to take this opportunity right now to appreciate the team agenda, the Usawa agenda people for the research. I want to view them as a complementary cog to our quality assurance and standards job, which we normally do. We highlight all this and they come out. But we also give subsequent recommendations and all that. And therefore say that this report, don't know whether we shall have a sample of launching them or, because I have just made my highlights. And perhaps this report, to a very great extent, is authentic because I witnessed these guys in the field. And indeed, sometimes when they were stuck, I would call the field to allow the assistant researchers access. Those of us in Nakuru can attest to this. Yes, I did enable them to access schools while they were doing the research. So thank you so much for listening to those few highlights. I think I'm done with my highlights.
Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Kiarie. And now to the official launch of the report. I want to request my brothers from Usawa, let's remove the media is requesting we remove the podium, first of all. And I'm calling the following ladies and gentlemen who are very important, who have traveled this journey with Usawa to come forward. Ms. Phyllis Ongere, representative of the County Commissioner's Office, please step forward. Mr. Samuel Mugasha, Principal Investment Imaginable Future, please step forward. Dr. Sarah Ruto, ECDINA Giving, please step forward. John K. Rotichi, Education Specialist, UNICEF. Ms. Lucy Njeri, Member Kesha. Mr. Silas Obuhata, NPA. Mr. Irene Kadenge, Assistant Director, TPM, TSC. Mr. Kennedy Cheva, Kepsha. Hesbon Otieno, NAT. Dr. John Mugo. Dorcas Njoroge. Professor Winnie Mitula. Nuhu Bakari. Please step forward. Naomba tafadhali. And Mheshimiwa, our Member of Parliament from Mandera, tafadhali. That is Honorable Abdul Haro and the Member Departmental Committee on Education. Please step forward. As they are stepping forward, I would like to recognize the following. Amando Ali, CEO PAL Network. Dr. Lydia Chege, Zizi Afrique Foundation. And online we have Nyambura Thiongo, Dr. Lydia Chege. We have Kogola Irex. We have Nyambura Thiongo from Raleigh. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into launching the report, and I will request that you're presenting to the ED. Please present the report. Let us, I think, for purposes of fitting into our photographs, can we squeeze together, please? Let us not run away from the report. It has been given a clean bill of health. Naambiwa kuna wanaume mmejaa tu peke yenu hapo katikati. The ladies, now this is the time to struggle and fight for these 2/3. The 2/3 starts here in that photograph. We could now 1/3. Enda kwa 2/3 hapo tu. Songa tu hapo. There's no crime you're committing. Yes, DJ tupatie hiyo sound kidogo, tupige makofi tafadhali, tupige makofi ya hiyo hiyo launch, the report is being officially launched and the copies are there. Every report, every statistic that has been mentioned here is contained in that report, very comprehensive, because what you're given was only a highlight. Because of time, the Executive Director, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, only gave you a highlight. But the copy with all the details that we can interrogate and store and implement for policymakers is right there. Please hold the copies where they can be visible. Remember, we have, they are being captured by Radio Pamoja, who are actually now announcing. National Media Group are here, Kameme are here, KTN News, East Africa Times, KBC TV, The Star, all capturing this great moment. Let's again give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Hold the reports high, hold the reports high. Yes, tuinue hizo reports, tuinue kabisa. Thank you very much. And the report finally from Usawa Agenda 2024 is right here on the status of secondary school education in the country. Thank you very much. Media will tell us when you're ready, when you're done. But I think you are done because you can take these photos up to 4. Let's resume our seats, please. As we continue, thank you. There is a clarification that the ED would like to make, which is very, very important for all of us.
Thank you. I think at this point the report is live online, so those who are online can be able to download it. But I also want to add us to be able to download. We printed enough copies, but they were delivered last evening and there are small errors in the report that we are not willing to circulate. If you look at the copy we have, there are not errors on fact, but there are errors in printing. And we have told the printer they have to redo their job because we did our job. They can now not mess it up. They have to do their job. So they are redoing the printing. They will be able to deliver copies either tomorrow or Friday. We will undertake to get to you a copy. If you want a hard copy, we will undertake to deliver a hard copy to you. We did not want to circulate this because there are places where they have shifted and printed two figures in one bar. They have places where they have pushed figures aside so they don't appear. So we have asked them to redo the printing. And they accepted that they needed to reprint. So these were just for display. The cover is okay, but we are reprinting the pages which have mistakes, and we apologize that you can't take home a hard copy today. But the soft copy is online and is accurate. The copy that we had given the printer is accurate. We have uploaded it, you can download, but we undertake to get to you. Just leave us your address, we will get to you a copy, a hard copy of the report, either tomorrow when they're delivered or Friday. Thank you very much. I hand over to the MC to proceed.
Thank you. I think that's clear. They say don't judge a book by its cover. So the cover is fantastic. The cover is perfect. Oh, the cover is good. The cover is beautiful. The devil is in the detail. But the devil will be defeated tomorrow or Friday. We are told he's being defeated at the moment. These computer things. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a bit of a gymnastic on the program. Just a little bit, just the last one. Our chief guest, the keynote speaker, I would like to, who is the member of parliament and a member of the Departmental Committee on Education, the Honorable Abdul Haro, has other engagements. I would like him to speak to us. Then after that, we shall have the health break and we shall come back now, engage what was presented here. So let's put our hands together for Honorable Abdul Haro, a member of Departmental Committee on Education, Kenya National Assembly, Republic of Kenya. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'll be very brief because the most important part of this function has already been performed. And if they are beautiful speeches, they have already been done by those people and gentlemen and ladies and who have preceded me. And I don't want to give you a reason to feel like, perhaps this is an anticlimax. I'll be very brief. First of all, I'll take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, with all protocols observed, I'll take this opportunity to thank Usawa Agenda once again. I think everybody has thanked Usawa Agenda. I think this is the third report by Usawa Agenda that has been launched, and I was lucky enough to participate in that launch in one way or the other. Education is a very important component of our society. Horace Mann, a pioneer of American public schools in the 19th century, was quoted as saying, "Education is the great equalizer of the conditions of men." It can change life. And I always, when I'm in my constituency and I propagate for education, I always tell, because I represent a rural constituency in Mandera South, one of the farthest points in this country. And I always tell them, the only thing that can bring the child of a poor man and the child of a rich man closer, when you talk of equalization, is education. If a child of a poor man has gone to school, has gone to university, and a job has been advertised by the government or by any agency, that child of a poor man and the child of the richest man will send their applications, and they will sit the same interviews. And in most cases, the child of the poor man might get the opportunity to, fill that position. And that is how education can be an equalizer of society. Nelson Mandela, one of the greatest icons in Africa, said, if you want to destroy a society, you don't use nuclear bombs to destroy a society. You just lower the quality of education, and that society is done. That is how important education is. And universally, we all know basic education is a universal human right. Every child, anywhere in this world, must have access to basic education, especially the ability to read, write, and do arithmetics. Our Constitution 2010 also recognizes education as a basic human right. And therefore, education is very important. I'm a Muslim. And my Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in a few hadiths, has emphasized the importance of education. One, he has encouraged Muslims to seek knowledge, even if it is up to the distance China. Those days in Arabia, China was, quite far. And people used to travel on camels or on foot. And so he told them, even if it's going up to distant China, you seek education. And he has also told Muslims that education is obligatory for every Muslim, a man and a woman. And that's why I was so impressed when you talk of education, and Nuhu Bakari, I think your slogan, the chorus, kibwagizo, ndio watoto wote wasome tubadilishe dunia. I think that is a fact. The only way we can change our world is to make sure that our children are educated. And I was impressed by the definition you gave, Daktari, towards the last, the definition of education justice. When you said what education system desires to secure should be what a parent desires for his or her children. I think that definition is also very important. So we've seen the figures you have given here. We will interact with the reports. Personally, as a member of parliament and also a member of the education committee, thank you, the Director, Quality Assurance, for your good presentation. You know, we oversight education committee. We oversight the education department. And when he gave the history of 1911 and 1912 about the education department as a small department within the Nairobi City Council, today, I can tell you without fear of contradiction that the education sector is one of the largest, actually not one, is the largest sector of government we have in this country. It takes almost, Director, is it 30 or 40% of our national budget? It takes the biggest budget of all the departments we have in this country. And therefore, it is that important. And because we oversight education department, I can assure you the statistics, the figures, the findings you've just presented here, I will share it with my colleagues in the education department, in the education committee, and we'll use these figures as we do our oversight work of the ministry. We'll demand to know, because as education committee, we appropriate funds for the education department. We give money for infrastructure, we give money for teachers, we give money for, water. Not water really, because water is a different department. But then we also follow up how that money was spent by the department. So some of the figures you have shared here, and when I read the report, will definitely go a long way in making sure that you have not only given us figures, in a way you have also improved our capacity as an education committee in parliament to oversight government. Because sometimes it is these figures which lack. It is the research part which is supposed to inform the work we do that lacks, and perhaps in a small way, what you have done will fill part of that gap. I will not talk about the entire report, because all the things you have mentioned actually resonates very well with what we know. And as my capacity, in my capacity as the member of the Education Committee, and also in my capacity as the representative of the people, one of the major functions of national government constituency development fund is education in our constituencies. And we grapple with all these challenges you have mentioned, especially on the question around, I don't know whether Dr. Manyasa have ever told you this, but I always give an example of one school in my constituency where it's a big day primary school, about 1,400 students in that school, and they have only 2 toilets. And it's a mixed school, both boys and girls. And then the school is situated in a large village. That village doesn't have a toilet. So you wake up in the morning and you see a long queue of villagers and students lining up to use the 2 toilets. Students, teachers, and the villagers using the same 2 toilets. And then I don't know whether your researchers came across this. After the recent El Nino, almost all the toilets in all our schools collapsed. So as we speak now, if you go to Mandera, where I come from, and you ask any school, what is your priority need, you will be surprised. Bwana Director alisema watu wanafukuziwa chakula. They wouldn't even ask for food. They will tell you we need toilets in this school, because of the central part that toilets occupy in our lives in those areas. I'll just go through very quickly through the facts you've mentioned in the report. First of all, I like the way you called. I perused through part of the report, and you called it a first in 3 ways. That it is the first report that you're producing in this area after COVID-19, the impact COVID left, and a few other things that came after COVID. That it is the first report of this nature that has come out after, I don't know whether it's still new, we are 2 years old after the new Kenya Kwanza government came into power. And it's also the first report of this nature after we have gone full throttle the competency-based curriculum education system. So it's come at the right time because it's going to be informative. Right now, as we speak, the Ministry of Education, you know, when President Ruto came to power, one of the very first things he did, and which was part of his campaign promise, was to establish a presidential working party on education reforms. And that team has gone round for the last couple of months. They've come up with a report. They've given far-reaching recommendations of what needs to be done in the education sector so that we can improve our education system. Right now, I think what the Bwana Director did not mention is the fact that Basic Education Bill 2024, which has a very significant departure from what is outlined in the Basic Education Act of 2013, is now at the stage where it is subjected to the public participation. And it aims to overhaul majorly on the educational leadership structure at the sub-counties and the county level. So once you start seeing these issues coming up in terms of public participation, I know NAT participates. They're just like another government, you know, they have representation almost in every county and every sub-county, and I always see them in most of those meetings where public participation is done, and they participate very actively. So that bill is also coming up. And then, of course, the ministry has finalized the draft policy and legislative proposals for the implementation of the Presidential Working Party Education Reforms Report. You know, those recommendations that the Presidential Working Party has recommended, some of it has to be, you know, enacted in Parliament as a legislative agenda. And the ministry has come up with a 2024 sessional paper and policy framework for educational reforms in Kenya. And I think part of that agenda, they have come up with about almost 17 bills that are also going to be subjected to public participation before they come to Parliament for enactment. And those bills and legislative items will be trying to address some of the issues that you have talked about, especially when it comes to the teacher crisis. Where I come from, again, if I give you a very true example, many Kenyans don't know this. There are schools in our areas, particularly Northeastern, where students report to class when the term opens and they close at the end of the term without meeting a single teacher in that class. You know, they don't interact with any teacher at all because there are no teachers. And the few who are there, because of the insecurity challenges we have in those areas, an insecurity incident happens in one corner of Northeastern. By the way, Northeastern is almost the size of Rwanda, Burundi, and Southern Sudan combined. It's that big. So a small incident happens in one corner of that region, and it is headline news, and all the non-local teachers in that area the following day are demanding for transfer. So the only few who are left there are always also on their toes. They are waiting for, transfers from that region. So there is no way you can say our education system is just when we have this kind of situation in parts of our country. I agree with you 100% that the category of secondary school student attends contributes more to his or her KCPE or KCSE results. A child in Nairobi has electricity, AdLib, 24/7. There are parts of this country where you don't have electricity. So that child, when they are studying for KCSE or KCPE, will only afford to study during daylight, while the child in Nairobi will study during daylight and also has some time during the night to study. You cannot compare these two. And they sit the same exams, the same curriculum, the same whatever, and then despite all the challenges of teachers and what I've mentioned, you cannot say that such an education system is a just system. I visited one of the constituencies in this country for benchmarking. There's a constituency which was in the news all the time. I won't mention it because I don't have permission from the MP to mention his constituency here. I visited for benchmarking because apparently it's a constituency that's doing very well in education, infrastructure and education development. And I realized in that constituency, they have, and even by extension in that sub-county in which that constituency is situated, and in the county in which that constituency is, they are done with the question of building classrooms. Because they have more than enough classrooms in each of their schools. So the NGCDF funds they have, they will look around and say, okay, this school needs tiling, and then they will come and tile the whole school. They will say this school, the roofs are a bit old. They'll come and remove the roofs one holiday for the whole school and then put very fancy, beautiful red and blue, what do you call it, roofs on top. While when you are in some of the regions in northwestern Kenya, Turkana, Pokot, Samburu, or Mandera, Garissa, Wajir, you have no that luxury. Every school lacks 3, 4, 5 classrooms. Children are studying under trees. In fact, the other day, when we met with the chair of a budget committee and we were lobbying for Garissa University to be given some funds so that they can put up some tuition blocks. We were sent photos. We have seen in this country, and we have seen some pictures even earlier, where primary schools or secondary schools children studying under trees. But I don't know whether you have seen anywhere university students studying under trees. Well, that is Garissa University for you. You can visit. You will see students studying under trees because lack of enough tuition blocks, enough classrooms, enough whatever. So I agree with you. The category of school, whether national, whether sub-county, whether influences the grades that those children from those schools will get at the end of the day. Some schools have teachers more than enough. Some schools have no teachers at all. The average price, I agree with, I don't know who mentioned about school fees. The average price of a set of school uniforms in 43.6% of the schools are more than 5,000 making it. I agree with whoever mentioned that we need to have a debate whether we need to have schools uniforms in our schools or we need to do away with, because it's not the uniform that studies anyway when you are in the classroom, it's your brain. And it's a colonial thing to put people in uniforms. I remember when I was young, even our police were putting on kinyasa, these shorts. Unaona baba ya mtu pale kwa streets with shorts. We changed all of that. And schools, I agree, have become, apart from the normal school fees, they have had, among the other various levies the schools have, is the school uniform levy. They even tell you, you have to buy from a specific manufacturer, not any that you want to. They even have a specific account for those school uniform, whatever. And because they have created an artificial monopoly, they will charge you what they want. Mzazi hana choice, utalipa pale, otherwise mtoto wako atakuwa out of school. So I agree with you, this question of school uniform has to be revisited. I'm sure there is a recommendation in the Presidential Working Party report on school uniform. I can't specifically mention what exactly it's talking about, but if you go to the Presidential Working Party report, there is a recommendation on a way forward on the school uniforms. The question of women are underrepresented in the leadership of schools, that is very true. And 59% of the children were absent from school on the day of a survey. I agree with the Director for Quality Assurance that it could not be because of fees only. It could be other reasons why these children are out of school. Food could be part of it, and then other things may follow. So I don't want to bore you with a lot of stories. I know it is break time and people, it's just like, if you stand between people and their time of food, it's like standing between a hippo and the river. So I'll want to stop there by taking this opportunity to thank once again Usawa Agenda. I will also take this opportunity to thank all your donors, Echidna Giving, I hope I've spelled it correctly, Wellspring Philanthropic Fund, and Imaginable Futures. I can tell you your funding was not in vain. This is going to have a lot of contribution to the discourse education in this country. Thank you very much, Dr. Manyasa and your team, for the opportunity to speak to this distinguished guest. Santeni.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Honorable Abdul Haro. Asante sana, for the insights you've given us and the highlights. It's always good to have, I wish all members of parliament are speaking that way. In any forum, you have not mentioned politics anywhere, and that's very good. But others will start telling about 2027. 2027 shall be launching another report, so we'll be busy from now. Ladies and gentlemen, I know when you look at your time, it's not supposed to be tea time. That's not Africa, and that's not Kenya. But you know the time we started. I want to really thank Mr. Paul Samoei. He was here very early. But he has graciously accepted to speak to us from the National Bureau of Statistics. I've heard him being mentioned so much. Immediately after the break, I would like to request us kindly, especially those who missed breakfast. It was actually lunch. Breakfast was lunch. It was heavy, but there are those who missed. So we have two categories of people here. Those who are comfortably satisfied and those who are very comfortably hungry. So we are going to cater for all of you immediately out there. The health break is being served just outside the registration desk. We have our members of staff from Usawa who will direct you. I would like to actually beg you, let's make it a bit faster because time is not on our side. We still have the panel, we still have question and answer, and we still have some 2 or 3 speeches or remarks for us. I do not know who will... my brother Nuhu, si pia Waislamu huombea chai, chakula, maombi, unaweza? Basi tuombee sasa kikombe cha chai na chochote kitakacho andamana nacho.
Isipokuwa utaratibu wetu wa Kiislamu si tofauti kidogo kwamba tunasema tu maneno mawili alafu tunakula. Hasa katika mazingira haya unanitia katika magumu fulani, lakini nitajitahidi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Rabbi Mola wetu, tunakushukuru kwamba umetufikisha katika kikao hiki na sasa hivi ni muda wa kwenda kupata chochote. Ya Rabbi, kifanikishe tutakachokila kiweze kusaidia mwili wetu kwa amani na salama. Ya Rabbi Mola wetu, tumetoka katika maeneo mbalimbali, utakachokiona kitosheke na moyo wako, maana ndicho kilichoko. Mungu aijalie chakula tutakachokula kitufae. Asante sana. Amen.
You never disappoint, I told you. Ladies and gentlemen, health break is served. Let us move out there. And let's please, nimeomba tena, tuwe we're doing 15 minutes, I'm told, 15. Starting to count now. Members of Usawa, please tusaidie wageni wetu to direct them.
Go across the country, you find there are so many sub-county schools, and sub-county secondary schools educate majority of the children in the country, up to 65%. Those schools, most of them lack the most basic facilities. They don't have libraries, they don't have laboratories. Many of them lack even classrooms. Children are eating under trees, they don't even have a dining hall. You can imagine what happens on a rainy day. These children don't have teachers. Very many schools with 4 teachers that have been posted by the Teacher Service Commission. And then the rest is that parents are supposed to try and hire a teacher through the boards of management. And you realize that these are generally the children from weak economic backgrounds. So parents don't have that much money to give to the school for the school to hire teachers on the boards of management terms. So they end up with scarcity of teachers. And even where parents have made effort and contributed money for the heads to hire these BOM teachers, they hire them for a short time. When government advertises recruitment, those teachers vacate their positions and go to join employment by the government. And the school principals have to begin all over again, looking for new BOM teachers. At that point, the curriculum implementation has been disrupted. The new teachers who come will need time to settle in. By the time they settle in 1 year, 6 months down the road, there is another advertisement by Teacher Service Commission to recruit teachers. This one's vacate. So that is one of the things that makes me feel that the way we are implementing, especially our secondary school system, is unjust because it doesn't allow these many children who go to our small schools equal opportunity to learn as their counterparts who go to very big schools that are well established. education system is fundamentally unjust in the way it is structured. And one of the things that has come out openly is that the very different performance that we see, especially in our Kenya secondary schools examinations, are not just based on the ability of the children. They are based on the environment under which children learn. And there is so much disparity between the different schools and in different regions that you don't expect in any reasonable way for those learners to do the same things. Most urban schools are well endowed with resources. They are also well staffed because majority of the teachers want to teach in these urban areas. They don't want to go to the rural areas where a lot of facilities are missing. Many of those teachers are also parents of young children. They don't want to go to places where their young children can't access good education. Then we have the places that the TSC refers to as hard-to-staff areas. Those hard-to-staff areas, you don't find teachers there. And if you have a few teachers there, they are teachers who are very demotivated. They are at all times trying to find their way out of those areas. And that tells you there is very little commitment in them to make positive impact where they are. It would be better if the numbers of those being affected by these challenges is declining. That would be progress. But as it is now, those numbers are increasing, which is unfortunate. We need to change the capitation model and say the small schools receive this much development fund support. That is independent of the number of learners that you have. You can have 30, you can have 300, you receive a certain basic amount of money to support your development processes. So that these schools can also get sufficient funds to be able to invest in infrastructure and invest in other teaching and learning facilities. We need a sub-county schools upgrading program that will bring these sub-county schools to a level closer to where the national schools are, so that we know that when we send all our children to schools, we are giving them a fair chance. Each one of them is getting a fair chance to learn and excel. As it is now, we are sending children to schools to grow up in some of these schools, while a few children we send to the big schools are actually learning and getting a chance to excel. That needs to change. you go across the country, you find there are so many sub-county schools, and sub-county secondary schools educate majority of the children in the country, up to 65%. Those schools, most of them, lack the most basic facilities. They don't have libraries, they don't have laboratories. Many of them lack even classrooms. Children are eating under trees, they don't even have a dining hall, and you can imagine what happens on a rainy day. These children don't have teachers. Very many schools with 4 teachers that have been posted by the Teacher Service Commission. And then the rest is that parents are supposed to try and hire a few teachers through the boards of management. And you realize that these are generally the children from weak economic backgrounds. So parents don't have that much money to give to the school for the school to hire teachers on the boards of management terms. So they end up with scarcity of teachers. And even where parents have made effort and contributed money for the heads to hire these BOM teachers, they hire them for a short time. When government advertises recruitment, those teachers vacate their positions and go to join employment by the government. And the school principals have to begin all over again, looking for new BOM teachers. At that point, the curriculum implementation has been disrupted. The new teachers who come will need time to settle in. By the time they settle in 1 year, 6 months down the road, there is another advertisement by Teacher Service Commission to recruit teachers. This one's vacate. So that is one of the things that makes me feel that the way we are implementing, especially our secondary school system, is unjust. Unjust because it doesn't allow these many children who go to our small schools equal opportunity to learn as their counterparts who go to very big schools that are well established. System is fundamentally unjust in the way it is structured. And one of the things that has come out openly is that the very different performance that we see, especially in our Kenya secondary schools examinations, are not just based on the ability of the children. They are based on the environment under which children learn. And there is so much disparity between the different schools and in different regions that you don't expect in any reasonable way for those learners to do the same things. Most urban schools are well endowed. They don't want to go to the rural areas where a lot of facilities are missing. Many of those teachers are also parents of young children. They don't want to go to places where their young children can't access good education. Then we have the places that the TSC refers to as hard-to-staff areas. Those hard-to-staff areas, you don't find teachers there. And if you have a few teachers there, they are teachers who are very demotivated. They are at all times trying to find their way out of those areas. And that tells you there is very little commitment in them to make positive impact where they are. it would be better if the numbers of those being affected by these challenges is declining. That would be progress. But as it is now, those numbers are increasing, which is unfortunate. We need to change the capitation model and say the small schools will receive this much development fund support. That is independent of the number of learners that you have. You can have 30, you can have 300, you receive a certain basic amount of money to support your development processes. So that these schools can also get sufficient funds to be able to invest in infrastructure and invest in other teaching and learning facilities. We need a sub-county schools upgrading program that will bring these sub-county schools to a level closer to where the national schools are, so that we know that when we send all our children to schools, we are giving them a fair chance. Each one of them is getting a fair chance to learn and excel. As it is now, we are sending children to schools to grow up in some of these schools, while a few children we send to the big schools are actually learning and getting a chance to excel. That needs to change. Up to 65%. Those schools, most of them, lack the most basic facilities. They don't have libraries, they don't have laboratories. Many of them lack even classrooms. Children are eating under trees, they don't even have a dining hall, and you can imagine what happens on a rainy day. These children don't have teachers. Very many schools with 4 teachers that have been posted by the Teacher Service Commission. And then the rest is that parents are supposed to try and hire a few teachers through the boards of management. And you realize that these are generally the children from weak economic backgrounds. So parents don't have that much money to give to the school for the school to hire teachers on the boards of management terms. So they end up with scarcity of teachers. And even where parents have made effort and contributed money for the heads to hire these BOM teachers, they hire them for a short time. When government advertises recruitment, those teachers vacate their positions and go to join employment by the government. And the school principals have to begin all over again, looking for new BOM teachers. At that point, the curriculum implementation has been disrupted. The new teachers who come will need time to settle in. By the time they settle in 1 year, 6 months down the road, there is another advertisement by Teacher Service Commission to recruit teachers. This one's vacate. So that is one of the things that makes me feel that the way we are implementing, especially our secondary school system, is unjust. Unjust because it doesn't allow these many children who go to our small schools equal opportunity to learn as their counterparts who go to very big schools that are well established. System is fundamentally unjust in the way it is structured. And one of the things that has come out openly is that the very different performance that we see, especially in our Kenya secondary schools examinations, are not just based on the ability of the children. They are based on the environment under which children learn. And there is so much disparity between the different schools and in different regions that you don't expect in any reasonable way for those learners to do the same things. Most urban schools are well endowed with resources. They are also well staffed because majority of the teachers want to teach in these urban areas. They don't want to go to the rural areas where a lot of facilities are missing. Many of those teachers are also parents of young children. They don't want to go to places where their young children can't access good education. Then we have the places that the TSC refers to as hard-to-staff areas. Those hard-to-staff areas, you don't find teachers there. And if you have a few teachers there, they are teachers who are very demotivated. They are at all times trying to find their way out of those areas. And that tells you there is very little commitment in them to make positive impact where they are. It would be better if the numbers of those being affected by these challenges is declining. That would be progress. But as it is now, those numbers are increasing, which is unfortunate. We need to change the capitation model and say the small schools will receive this much development fund support. That is independent of the number of learners that you have. You can have 30, you can have 300, you receive a certain basic amount of money to support your development processes. So that these schools can also get sufficient funds to be able to invest in the infrastructure and invest in other teaching and learning facilities. We need a sub-county schools upgrading program that will bring these sub-county schools to a level closer to where the national schools are, so that we know that when we send all our children to schools, we are giving them a fair chance. Each one of them is getting a fair chance to learn and excel. As it is now, we are sending children to schools to grow up in some of these schools, while a few children we send to the big schools are actually learning and getting a chance to excel. That needs to change. If you go across the country, you find there are so many sub-county schools, and sub-county secondary schools educate majority of the children in the country, up to 65%. Those schools, most of them, lack the most basic facilities, they don't have libraries, they don't have laboratories, many of them lack even classrooms. Children are eating under trees, they don't even have a dining hall, and you can imagine what happens on a rainy day. These children don't have teachers. Very many schools with 4 teachers that have been posted by the Teacher Service Commission. And then the rest is that parents are supposed to try and hire a few teachers through the boards of management. And you realize that these are generally the children from weak economic backgrounds. So parents don't have that much money to give to the school for the school to hire teachers on the boards of management terms. So they end up with scarcity of teachers. And even where parents have made effort and contributed money for the heads to hire these BOM teachers, they hire them for a short time. When government advertises recruitment, those teachers vacate their positions and go to join employment by the government. And the school principals have to begin all over again, looking for new BOM teachers.
Thank you.
At that
Thank
point,
you very much.
the curriculum implementation has been
We have
disrupted.
stretched a bit. We have taken a cup of tea and something.
By the time they settle
For
in
the
1 year,
interest of
6
time,
months down the
the
road,
kind of program
there
we
is
have
another
ahead of us, if we
advertisement by
don't manage
Teacher
it
Service
properly, it might bring us, it might be the elephant in the room. And so for the 3 speakers that I have for this session, how I will wish that we spend as time very economically on the points you want to share with us. If you can, please, and I'm talking about our brother from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Mr. Paul Samoei, who's a Senior Manager, Research and Development. I'm speaking to Mr. Samuel Mugasha, Imaginable Futures, who will also be speaking. And finally, I'm speaking to Dr. Sarah Ruto, Echidna Giving, who will also be speaking. So kindly, I would like us to take, if possible, not more than 15 minutes among the 3 to share with us what you have. Some of our colleagues, as you realize, have already left. Others, and we'd like to really appreciate Mr. Samoei, who is supposed to be in Nakuru right now. And I'd like to invite you, sir, to the stage to share your remarks. Let us appreciate Mr. Paul Samoei, Senior Manager, Research and Development, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. You heard Dr. Manyasa, the ED, really talk about the support they have received from the National Bureau of Statistics. It's your floor, Mr. Samoei.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Paul Samoei from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. At the Bureau, our work is to crunch numbers. So I come from one of the directorates. We have 5 directorates, and my directorate is statistical coordination and methods. And the method is where we have the sampling. So I'm going to give some, not a keynote address, but something similar to that. So I'm delighted to be here in the launch of the 2024 Secondary School Survey Report by USAWA. KNBS, which is Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, join other stakeholders in congratulating USAWA for this launch. Among the many mandates given to KNBS, one under the Statistical Act, one of the mandates is to establish standards and ensure the use of best practices and methods in production and dissemination of statistics. It is also charged with the responsibility of ensuring that the quality assurance by the National Statistical System and other data producers are adhered to. So what you saw USAWA agenda presenting is one of the data that has gone through the quality assurance. In line with this, As a custodian of official statistics, KNBS developed Kenya Statistical Quality Assurance Framework, which provides guidelines on assessing, monitoring the quality statistics with the national statistical system and beyond. So what you saw Usawa presenting here is part of the beyond. The framework is also outlined the quality criteria to validate citizen-generated data in Kenya. The criteria is part of the KNBS initiative to enhance alternative sources of data for official reporting and where the data gaps exist. So as you saw what was presented, it went deeper and deeper where KNBS cannot reach. And therefore, you can see that there is some data gaps that exist that needs to be filled. Indeed, despite the great demands of statistics, KNBS take cognizance of the fact that there are remaining data gaps that are key to informing policy at all levels. So we have never exhausted all the statistics demand, and therefore we call upon other CSOs to come and assist us in going deeper, like the way Usawa Agenda has done. KNBS and Usawa Agenda had a long collaboration on data. As a testament to this, Usawa Agenda was among the first institutions to have data validated in terms of fit for official reporting on sustainable development goals on quality of education in 2022. So the framework that we did, or which we have set, can allow us to take or validate data from CSOs so that they can be fit to use in any part of the reporting. KNBS recognizes the great work that Usawa continues to undertake on education, and great value to this in informing the policy to improve this sector. We have collaborated closely on surveys, design, and sampling for learning assessment. You saw, as he was presenting the issues of statistics, he could give us the numeracy in terms of how many schools were visited, how they were distributed all over. So this is the work we've been working together. KNBS recognized exceptional work that Usawa Agenda has done over years in the field of education. Your focus on literacy, numeracy, foundational learning, and educational inequalities within schools provide invaluable data. As a custodian of official statistics and coordinator of the National Statistical System, KNBS faces ever-increasing demands of data-driven decision-making. As we were sitting with the chairman of the parents, he asked me some data. You can see it is ever-increasing. He asked me, how can we get the list, or how can we get authentic list of all the parents in Kenya? You can see this is an area where we need also to look and see how do we capture the numbers, and we have an authentic list. This needs to be further amplified. These needs that you can see, the ever-increasing demands, further is amplified by the county government. The county government and monitoring frameworks like SDGs and Africa Agenda 23. So there is a lot of demands of this data. Collaboration like this with Usawa Agenda is a vital in bridging the data gaps that we have. The evolving data landscape necessitates the use of alternative data sources beyond the national statistics systems. KNBS is committed to tapping into the potential to fill data gaps and reuse of reliable data for official reporting. So this kind of data, we are going to tap and use it for official reporting. KNBS recognized USAWA as a non-state actor whose data has been incorporated into official reporting. We are looking forward to validating the data presenting today in this report. So I'm sure we have to sit together and then we validate using the criteria that you well know. And it is the criteria that will make this data to become official for reporting. If need be, our high standards, as we anticipate it, will be adopted for official reporting. So before I conclude, KNBS, we do a lot of surveys. So our reporting comes from surveys. It comes from a complete census, like we do the population census. It comes from administrative data, which are being collected by different ministries. So at the end of the day, these are the sources of our data. And when it comes to issues of surveys, we normally have a frame. And you could hear him saying that we gave them 1,342 schools. The Bureau currently is trying to make sure that that frame of schools is well represented, so that when we give out the number of schools, when you want to undertake the survey, you'll get exactly number of schools, so that when you go there, you don't find some schools are missing. So there is an initiative where the Ministry of Education and KNBS are embarking to make sure that the school frame is there. So in conclusion, we commend USAWA for consistently producing high quality learning assessment data, thereby ensuring that the data gaps existing in this crucial area is done with. KNBS remain committed in providing technical support and calls all other data producers and our partners with us to improve the quality of statistics across the data ecosystem. And this is where we're asking others, if you can come, we collaborate together. These are the other CSOs who wants to carry on statistics. Come collaborate with us. We can give you the frame. You go and do your data, and you follow the criteria so that they can be good to use. At KNBS, we highly value the partnership with USAWA agenda and look forward for continuation in future. Thank you all.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. Paul Samoei. Asante sana. You used your time very, very well. We thank you very much. Thank you so much for explaining to us what exactly happens at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. There's a time I attended a function on digitization of data, and part of the audience were members, a lady and a gentleman from an institution in this country called the Presidential Library. I had never heard about it until they explained. So some of these things we have them until someone explains, and so thanks, Mr. Samoei, for that insight. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Samuel Mugasha, Imaginable Futures. Gentleman Mugasha, thank you very much for being with us, for your patience. I know you also have very many other engagements, but please share with us what you have and the role you have played in making us be where we are. Thank you. A brief remarks from Samuel Mugasha.
Sorry. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am Sam Mugasha, as has been said, and I work with Imaginable Futures, which is a global philanthropic fund that supports education initiatives across sub-Saharan Africa. And we are immensely proud and thrilled at the opportunities to support USAWA and be here for this launch. Because at Imaginable Futures, one thing that we firmly believe in is that the importance of education and its ability to actually disrupt cycles of inequity and poverty. But above that all, we also believe and understand that intelligence is evenly distributed across populations and across everyone, but the opportunity is not. So as we understand and as we learn about some of the inequities that USAWA is bringing forth, we also see the opportunity that this research and these findings are able to bring forth and catalyze change that we need to see in our own societies and our own ecosystem. And this is also timely for me and for us all, especially given that this year, the African Union has actually highlighted it, and it has been highlighted here before, that this is the year of education, that we need to focus back on education. And secondary schools, for me, report highlights one of the themes that they have, which is educate and skill Africa for the 21st century. Because as the youngest population for us in Africa, it also brings forth that the young generation that is coming into the workforce, we need to ensure that the structures that are there are also providing them the skills and the learning outcomes that we hope to see to provide them an opportunity for the future. And for us, there's also particular themes that have emerged in this conference that have demonstrated why we appreciate and support USAWA, such as collaboration. The mix of people who have been here and what it has taken to produce this report highlights to us that we shouldn't have a siloed mindset. The goal that we have is so big, and we can't afford to continue existing in silos, and it is important for us to collaborate across multi-sectors so that, because from every speaker who has spoken here today, everyone, we all want a just and equal society. So it has thrilled me that you're partnering with the likes of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the government, because even for the government, they will always say, we want the data so that we can be able to inform the policy. So that has excited me. The other thing that is really critical to us as Imaginable Futures, and that has been highlighted here today in the report, is, or what has taken this report to be, is research for Africa by Africans. And that has been demonstrated by how contextualized this research report is, how incredibly localized it is. And it is important that we continue to support African research to grow so that they can be able to inform in a contextualized way, and governments and us all, so that we can be able to shift the policies and enact the practices that we need to have as a society. I didn't want to go deep into the report because it has been highlighted by various speakers. But one thing I will highlight, even as we want to disrupt these structures of inequity, one thing that has been very true to me and a lot of our work is that systems are not broken. They are perfectly designed to present the patterns that we see. So if we don't address the underlying issues that are being shown here by this report, we will leave a system that is perfectly designed to produce the outcomes that it is producing. So I appreciate the highlights in terms of the inequities, and it has been highlighted, some of them are from colonial past. So that just continues to emphasize that the system is not broken, that unless we look at this data and look to address the system and address the underlying issues within that system, we will be seeing the same patterns continue to emerge. And with those short remarks, I want to congratulate Usawa on this amazing report and for bringing it to this stage, and to also wish you well, because the next step of this report is dissemination and sharing. And sharing with not only the education stakeholders who are here, who maybe were not shocked by the findings, but also with the key stakeholders who are the parents, the students, so that they can begin to understand, like, these are the patterns, these are the pathways that are there for you, and we need to find a way to be able to improve their outcomes and give them what they need for a beautiful life. So thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Samuel. And congratulations too for taking such a time to say so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's my pleasure to invite my teacher and also the program officer, ECDINA, Dr. Sarah Ruto. Let's appreciate Dr. Ruto as she comes to make her remarks.
Asante sana, my student. I taught him many years ago, Dr. Mateshe. Dear collaborators, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be here. So I stand here, yes, because I now work with, it's called ECDINA. Just find the kid inside there, and then you know you're pronouncing as well. But it's the only other mammal in which continent is this? Australia. It's the only other mammal in Australia that lays eggs. So it's a unique name. So I will not so much talk as a representative of, because I work there and we supported this work, but also because I have been in this space for a long time. So I find myself to be as guilty as charged when findings such as this are presented, but also one in which, as a citizen of this country, I find my place in doing something about what we are seeing. And so I begin really by, first of all, congratulating Emmanuel and Usawa, because the mission you have taken of fighting for a just society through the power of education is not a simple one, but it is one that is possible. There is hope in the horizon, and therefore it's a good path to be where we are, and the path that you have taken, which I want to identify myself as being part of that path, and many others, because in many ways we all know that an unequal society is not a good one for us, and we must strive in all our places and spaces towards that equity. And using evidence is a good way. It gives us a litmus of where we are in our education system. And yes, we have made a lot of grounds. I mean, there's a lot we can be proud of. But as life is, there is also something we can improve. The glass of water is not half empty. It is half full. And therefore, I think collectively we can agree, how do we get much more to be where the world will be quoting the Kenyan education system? You know, the way they quote those Scandinavian countries, they'll also be saying, and in Kenya, this is what it is. And this is the attitude I'm taking, that we can only improve so that we are better and fairer. And when we listened to a few things, I'll just talk about 2 or 3 things so that I do not take too much time. I think I was struck when Dorcas was presenting the experience of a research assistant and a researcher doing this work. And Dorcas, for me, represents the skill level, the competence of today and tomorrow. For me, I think tomorrow I'll be listening in more, not actively going to institutions. So Dorcas will be the group that will be actively going to collect this evidence. And so when she talked about hostility, I then wondered, is the hostility because she's a young person or because she's a representative of the civil society? And I step back and I say, I know this is a country that will benefit from more evidence gathering. And Mr. Samoe of Kenya Bureau of Statistics has confirmed that. They are the holders of statistics here. So we will benefit from more. And so we need to find a way of encouraging a culture in which we go for empiricism. I know we also go for rational thinking, but also empirical data will not harm us. And so let us, in all our different spaces, find a way of nurturing this evidence from wherever they come from, so that we can corroborate and seek and find truth through the various types of evidence. It will be good for our system. Where we are at system strengthening. We can only be better. We can only be an example, not just for ourselves, but for the region. That's where I see us in Kenya standing. And that means we use all tools that are possible. So even as we congratulate USAWA for doing this work, I think let us take the tone that our speaker from Kenya Bureau of Statistics has said, that as civil society organizations, raise your bar. Seek collaboration with the experts of the land so that we use this evidence to improve our system of education. The evidence, many people have talked about it, and we have to ask ourselves and say it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that where you are born today matters, that the family in which you're born today matters in terms of you succeeding in education. That shouldn't be. We should strive to ensure that all our learning institutions will be able to give you the experience and the choice that you can succeed. I remember when I was in the Ministry of Education as the Chief Administrative Secretary, and we had an example of a girl who was an A student. But the combination she wanted was only found in Nanyuki Boys. And so she came and asked us, why can't I go to Nanyuki Boys? Because that is where I will get the experience I want. We should not make any child in this country not get what they want because we have not prepared. Nanyuki Boys happened because of many reasons, but I also know because they had a principal there, Principal Minishi, who has since retired, who was a technical person, studied, I think, physics, loved theater, and ensured that his school had all the options. So some of the solutions we are talking about, we do not need the Ministry of Education. We actually sometimes just need a principal and a school board that is thinking ahead. You have been told that the ministry is now receiving, I think, 27% of the expenditure, national expenditure is coming to the Ministry of Education. So it's not about more money, maybe. Maybe it's just about how we are using it, but also about how we can use what we have to stretch far. So the findings are giving us some of the things that we can use as individuals to improve. And it takes all of us. The ministry is seated over there. They have their role to play. But also as citizens and as leaders of the various spaces we are, I think we can also do what is taken. So let us use this evidence, not to find fault, but to improve this system of education, so that through education, we can reach all the children, be they girls, be they boys. Yes, I know that the findings have also stated girls are certain good indicators for girls, and I celebrate them. But I always wonder, why does it not count everywhere in all spheres of life? Today, if you look at the program has got 17 male names mentioned in the program as opposed to 5. So there will be 74% voices of men you will, excuse me, you will be listening to. And you will listen to 26% voice of women. So if I take a few minutes, even as my student is coming to speak, I am grabbing this space because female voices in this space are very few. When we were standing over here, women were being told, come and grab your space. But we were also fewer. That's why you could not find us. It also shows that the finding they had, that female leaders are few, female in boards of management. In other words, females in position of power are few. So even as we celebrate the gains that girls are making, let it also be quantitatively in society, because this is a society for both boys and girls. And I'm ending on that note because the foundation I work with, Echidna Giving, believes in delivering on the promise of girls' education. And we have selected girls' education because we feel that if you look for the most disadvantaged, the one who is probably born of an illiterate mother, maybe has the one at the end will be a female child. So for us, identifying her as our North Star, we know that in order to get her, we will pass many others. Girls who are from richer homes, boys, disabled boys, as we are looking for her. So it is our way of inclusion, not our way of exclusion. A just society is one that includes everybody, and I think collectively we can aim for that. Asanteni sana, and once again, congratulations, Emmanuel. Keep on. I think this is a good report that gives us a litmus test of where we are and reminds us where we need to go. Asante.
Thank you very much, my teacher. Thank you. I was actually coming to pick my papers here. There was no pressure I was putting on you. I'd given you time up to 4. But go and sit. Just go and sit. Now, today I'm your teacher. You have already... No, 26%. Now, Irene Kadenge, we want to disrupt the percentage.
No, Emmanuel has just said that they invited very many women and they sent male representatives. So I guess women, let us grab our space, isn't it? Nobody is going to give it to us. Sometimes you need to take it. Thank you.
Now you see what the problem is. I've actually looked at all these rough papers that I have. A lady has been sending Patrick, Mary sends Paul, Joseph Petronilla sends Nebuchadnezzar, all those kind of things around. So because of 26% that my teacher has talked about, I disrupted. I want us to move to 27 points. On the podium is Irene Kadenge, Assistant Director, Teacher, Professional Management at the TSC. She's representing Madam Nancy Macharia, the CEO, Teacher Service Commission. Tumpigie makofi to make her brief remarks.
I'm grabbing my space, or our space, as ladies. So thank you so much for this invitation. And I'm going to give just a brief of what TSC we are doing as the employer of teachers and implementer of the curriculum in our schools. To ensure now we have the quality, equitable education, and to promote lifelong learning opportunities, TSC does not so much, but everything that deals with teachers, that is what TSC does. Now, on what has been mentioned, or some of the findings that we got from the report, that is on teachers, where they touch on teachers. It has been said that it's like most of the time teachers are not in school. The report says something about that. Teachers are not in school, and few lessons are also missed. Teachers could be in school, but then they are missing some of these lessons. That has been an issue. Most of the researches that have been done, they have come out with that finding, that sometimes teachers go to school, but they also miss lessons. Most miss, and then even those who are in school, they sit in the staff room and they don't attend to their lessons. We have done something about that as Teacher Service Commission, in that we introduced what we call the TPAD, Teacher Professional and Development, whereby we monitor what teachers do in school. And one of the parameters we look at is the teacher lesson attendance, teacher absenteeism, teacher attendance in classes, and what they also do in class. Because what we do, we even go for lesson observation. It's not just getting the report that a teacher has gone to class, but what has he taught in class. So we have introduced that. But we thank you because in your report, you went and asked the learners, maybe. The learners gave you information about our teachers. It's something that we are noting with a lot of concern. And despite TPAD, and with TPAD, they tell us that it has improved lesson attendance. Now that you have also come up with that report, we are going to look at it more. Because when teachers miss lessons, we normally request or assist and demand that they recover the lessons they have missed. So those lessons which are missed, they are normally recorded, and after recording, they are supposed to be, you reschedule the lesson, and then you go and teach outside the class time. And therefore, we believe that lessons missed are also recovered. Number two, we are also taking care of this SNE, that is the special needs education. How? We ensure that we post teachers who are qualified to teach the SNE. And in our recruiting and posting SNE teachers, we recruit them to the special schools. We also have special units in the schools, and we also have the integrated schools. And in all this, we post. However, I don't want to say that you have posted all teachers that are required. Some schools do not have. Remember, recruitment is an ongoing process. And the learners keep on increasing and increasing. Therefore, we can't say that we have adequately staffed the SNE. We are still going on, and we believe that we are going to staff all the school as time goes by. In the transition to CBC, we have enough teachers in secondary schools. And by next year, now that they will have only 3 classes, the Form 1, grade 10, 9, 10, 11. They will be having those grades with less class, meaning that we are going to have enough teachers. For the junior secondary, we have not fully staffed the junior secondary, although what I'm sure about is in every school we have not less than, I don't want to mention, not less than 2 teachers. However, the recruitment of teachers, we do it after the government gives us some funds. So it's something that we depend on the government. However, when we are given the opportunity to recruit, we recruit enough and we post. Therefore, by now, we have not less than 2 teachers in every junior secondary school. But as I've said from the beginning, it's an ongoing process. And even this year, we are going to recruit more. Although most of them are on intern, but they still do the same work as the other teachers. And as time goes by, when we get enough teachers, we are going to absorb all these teachers. Some of our stakeholders always complain and say that the junior secondary school teachers are not very much qualified, or maybe they have a problem in curriculum delivery. What I want to set here is that whenever we employ this junior secondary school, because our teachers in junior secondary were trained to teach secondary schools, but now they are teaching a lower level, we always retool, we do the retooling. This retooling is just to give some of those methodologies that we use to teach CBC. Because in the university, they did methodologies, they have the required methodologies. But now with CBC, it's slightly different. And therefore, we take them through a training, a retraining, to equip them with the skills that are needed by the junior secondary school learners. So we try our best to ensure that they have the required skills to teach the junior school. We also have a problem, as the report that has also mentioned that principals who are in national schools have more experience, that is 10 years and above, while those in sub-county schools have less experience. What we do at TSC is becoming a principal, it is a process. You go through some stages, promotion. You move from a lower grade to a higher grade. Those in national schools are chief principals. And you can't become a chief principal if you have been a principal for less than 5 years or to 6 years. And therefore, they graduate from a sub-county school, then you get promoted, you move to county, and then you move also up to the national school when you become a chief principal. And therefore, I think this one should be very clear. And for you to become a chief, you must have enough experience. In schools, what we do, especially in my directorate, that is the teacher professional management. By the way, the teacher professional development, teacher professional management is the department that was used to be known as the quality assurance. We were baptized. Now we changed from quality assurance now to teacher professional management. The work we do mostly is quality assurance. Now, what we do is we have assessments that we go to schools to assess learning and to assess overall school management. When we do this assessment, that is one of our role, we normally ensure that we look at the gaps that the teachers have. Could be different, we have different gaps teachers may have. Because delivering a lesson doesn't mean that the content only. We need the content, we need the pedagogic skills, and we need very many other things that we look at. Therefore, we go visit and we look at teachers and monitor what they are doing, identify their gaps, and after we identify their gaps, now we take teachers through what we call the TPD, which is mostly now, it is being contested by many teachers, but we believe with continuous talking and educating our teachers, they will accept. And therefore, at the end of the day, when we do the TPD, then we develop the teachers and ensure that they have the required skills to continue delivering delivering the curriculum. And therefore, assessment we do. Even the research, these are results of the research. We get them through our normal assessment. And after that, we talk to our principals and we give them the feedback from the assessment. And in the end, what they can do, they do it. What they can't, they forward it to us so that we see what we can do. And therefore, in most cases, that is what we normally do. And I don't think I need to take more time to talk on what has already been said, but in short, those are some of the few highlights we have from Teacher Service Commission. If you have any question, you can still ask so that we can clarify on some of these issues. Thank you so much, and God bless us.
Thank you very much, Madam Irene. Thank you. Quite a lot to talk about TSC, the Teacher Service Commission. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to move to a very important segment of our program this afternoon. And this is the reactions to the report. I'm emphasizing reaction to the report. Of course, our programs have a theme, building evidence for just school systems to power just and sustainable societies. Why am I doing why am I insisting on the emphasis? Because so many speakers are here. There are very many interests here. Someone might want to rise up, put up their hands and ask my friend Hesbon, how does one become a member of NAT? Now that one you'll ask out there. You see, there's a lot of space. KICD has a lot of space. How does one, you're asking my friend Silas, how does one become a member of the National Parents Association? You take your child to school. That's not even a question to ask. You become an automatic member because your parent is in a school, your child is in some school somewhere. And therefore, we want to really focus our questions on the report and the reactions on the report that was presented here. And therefore, I want to take the first, now the executive director has disappeared. Or is consulting. So our rapporteur, please, I hope you are very ready. What we're going to do, we shall take very limited questions because of time. You know very well some of us came here flooding. We came here, we arrived here by luck. We don't want to test God anymore. This water might have gone down so we can reach home. So God is watching us and holding the clouds so that we pass and go home safely. So kindly let us put them to the point precise, and we will get the response. And they're all directed to the report. So Executive Director, once you finish consulting, I'll consult Professor on your behalf, don't worry, because her segment is different. You come here. I would like to take, I know we are represented here, several people, but I don't want to go to, that's okay. Okay, our members who are setting up the seats for the panel, as we are going through the questions, please be setting up the stage. What I was saying was we have individuals, people who have attended as individuals, like my friend Nuhu. We have CSOs, we have development partners, we have Ministry of Education, we have unions and associations, we have NAT, NPA, KEPSHA. I will not go in that order. Let's start with the questions. I want to take the first 3 questions, and I think I can see someone to help me with the one, Edie, if I can get one person to again move around with the mic. But for now, I'll start doing that myself. We have a question from Nuhu. Kuna swali kutoka kwa ndugu Abubakar.
Samahani, naomba nisikuchosheni sana kwenye maswali yangu. Ni hoja ambayo inapelekana na mada ya leo, Education Justice for All. Na nadhani hii haki haitendewi shule na mazingira yaliyozungumziwa tu. Mimi nina swali kuhusu lugha, na mtanisamehe kama labda pengine Kiswahili kinakupiga chenga. Mimi nitatumia lugha ya Kiswahili kama balozi wa Kiswahili. Swali langu ni moja tu kuhusu matumizi ya lugha ya Kiswahili shuleni. Manake ili mtoto apate haki ya kielimu, anafaa apate pia haki katika lugha zote mbili, kama ilivyo katika katiba yetu ibara ya 7, yani article 7 kwenye katiba ya Kenya. Kifungu cha kwanza na cha pili kinazungumzia kuhusu lugha 3 rasmi za Kenya, na ya kwanza ni lugha ya Kiswahili, ikifuatiwa na lugha ya Kiingereza, na lugha ya 3 rasmi ya nchi ni lugha ya ishara. Ndio maana hata hapa kwenye kikao hiki yupo dada fulani ambaye anatumia lugha ya ishara ili kuwaelewesha wale ambao hawana umilisi wa lugha hiyo. Swali langu ni hili, ama hoja yangu ni hii: tufanyeje kama washikadau, kama wa Kenya, kuhakikisha kwamba kama ni Kizungu kinazungumzwa shule, basi na Kiswahili kizungumzwe shule? Lakini ipo kasumba, sijui kama Usawa Agenda na wanasera na serikali itafanya mbinu gani. Kama Kiswahili ndiyo lugha ya kwanza rasmi ya Kenya, tuna nakala rasmi hata ya katiba ya Kenya kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, tunauambia nini ulimwengu? Swala langu la pili, shuleni, unaingia kwenye compound ya shule au kwenye ukumbi wa shule, kitu cha kwanza, this is an English speaking zone. Inampa picha gani mwanafunzi ambaye anafaa kufundishwa Kiswahili ili apate haki yake ya elimu kama tunavyozungumzia kwenye Usawa Agenda, Education Justice for All? Huyu mwanafunzi, mwalimu wa Kiswahili akiingia darasani, si anaona kama anapiga bla bla, kama tayari kule kwenye lango la shule pameandikwa this is an English speaking zone, ina maana kwamba Kiswahili hakina fursa pale. Alafu tena ukizungumza Kiswahili hata japo kwa bahati mbaya, kama sio siku ile moja iliyotengwa kwenye siku 5, pigeni kizungu chenu kingi ambayo ni haki yenu. Lakini jamani, hata Kiswahili kisipewe siku 2 tu kwenye wanafunzi kuzungumza. KIPSEA, hawa ni lengo la TSC. Hivi hawa watoto wanaandaliwa vipi kwenye lugha wakati wakitoka grade 6 kwenda grade 7, mtihani wao hauna insha wala hauna composition? Hapo panakuwaje? Maana nasikia kwenye ratiba hizi ambazo zinapangwa sasa hivi, hapo kuingia kwenye JSS hakuna waandishi wa insha kwenye hilo darasa la 6 wakifanya mtihani wao wa mwisho. Mimi sitaki kuzungumza mambo mengi, nataka tu haki ya Kiswahili itendeke kwenye masuala haya yanayozungumziwa. Asanteni sana na pole kama nimewachosha.
Asante, shukran sana ndugu Abubakar. Haya basi, swali la pili, na wakati huo tafadhali, kabla before I recognize your hand, UNICEF nilikuwa nimewasahau katika hiyo orodha. Jona
Asante.
Rochichi, education specialist.
Asante. Na wasalimu nyote.
All right. Asante sana. Eunice Ogolo. Ulikuwa umenipatia jina moja tu Eunice kutoka asubuhi, lakini sasa la pili limejitokeza lenyewe. Ogolo. Roho amenionyesha. Kuna mkono pale. Please ladies, now this is the time to fight for your space. Hapa kwa maswali. Sasa tuulize maswali. Haya. Huyu akimaliza ni wewe.
Aya, shukran.
Nimeanza na huyu. Alafu basi huyu hapa.
Okay.
Okay. Samahani ndugu, samahani, nitakuja kwako tu. Sawa.
Nashukuru. My name is Dennis Mogi and I work for Action for Children with Disabilities Network. My question is on the category of children that we know it is special needs. And looking at the indicators, the results that you've been given, they are really very much astonishing. We saw that special schools had the highest absenteeism. 1 in 6 children really are sharing a book. And to that extent, even when you look at it, learners with visual impairment actually don't have any book to share. So my question is, for further understanding, perhaps what was the sample size for the schools that, the special needs schools that were visited, and what categories of disabilities were sampled? And being a sector which is really far left behind with the greatest inequalities, I would want to seek maybe to know whether there is any plan for us to even have a focused survey on the subsector to answer the question whether our children with disabilities are learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give that lady there, then I'll pick the last one for that session from that gentleman. The lady in yellow.
What's a way to identify? I should look for dull colors next time.
That's the only option I had of identifying. The only one. Now the lady with a laptop there.
Okay. My question goes out. Since we are moving as a country, we seem to have a sector that is emerging, the refugees. Sorry about that. We seem to have a sector that is emerging on refugees. So I don't know if the report captured refugees in their setup at the secondary school level. Thank you.
Thank you. Very brief, very precise. Thank you very much. Now, lastly, for that session, the gentleman.
Thank you. I'm going to use about 4 highlights that have come out from the report to ask one question. One is the highlight on the teacher distribution. And I'm so happy to hear from our TSC colleague when she mentioned about the need to retool the teachers, retrain them, and not only to look at the issue of distribution. Quite often, when we go to the counties and ask the TSC director whether they have adequate number of teachers, the question would be, in this county, they have enough teachers, but it's the question of distribution. But another angle is in terms of how retooled are these teachers to handle the new curriculum, in terms of the structured pedagogy and all that. There's a lot that has changed. And I know if we want to make a huge dent in terms of quality or to improve the learning outcomes, the teacher is so integral. So all issues about gender, the disparities, inequities, and all that. Number 2 is the highlight on the inadequate laboratories. We talk in Kenya here that we want to industrialize. We want to impart digital skills, create engineers and so forth. This is not going to be achieved if our junior schools do not have labs, let alone the reagents and all those for them to do the practicals and all that. That has come out, it's glaring. What do we do? Number 3 is on bursaries and scholarships. My question there is, how many bursary streams do we have in this country? From the presidential, the CDF, I think the MCA is also asking for bursaries and all that. What could we do better? Are there chances that some students, well-deserving, are double dipping at the expense of other deserving students? And lastly, is on the subjects that are being offered, the range of subjects that are being offered. The average there was about 9, hence limiting the opportunities for these learners. And I think Dr. Ruto gave us a very, very good example of this learner who had to make a difficult choice whether to go to a boys' school or not in terms of really pursuing their career. So my question is, when we consider all these gaps that we've identified through the report, the findings, have we sought for solutions from those we interviewed? Or from this plenary, are we going to hear solutions that we are going to carry forward as part of the recommendations? For the labs, for instance, there is the issue of digitizing things, the virtual labs. Are this an option we consider? Bursaries, do we need to coordinate, put this in one basket so that it is administered more effectively and efficiently? On teachers, it's proven that peer support, coaching and all that, and mentorship will prepare this teacher better to be able to handle the new curriculum. So we need to really interrogate, as we continue interrogating this data, let's ask ourselves, what do we need to do differently? Because honestly, it's not the first time we hear of these challenges. They have been on the table for so long. What do we need to do to make a huge shift, disrupt the normal way of doing things so that we make a huge dent in terms of impacting on the learning outcomes? Thank you.
Thank you. I would really suggest for the other people asking, let's be considerate to the others. I know you had to lay a background to your question, but you know it can rob someone else a minute or two because you're looking at time. Now, to the executive director, you've been given a challenge of Kiswahili. I think I went to a school where there's something called a disc, some bone. If you speak anything other than English, they put that thing in your neck and you're caned for it. So there's also the categories of disabilities, statistics of special schools, they was worrying that gentleman. Refugees, you've been asked whether they were part of your samples. And then, of course, that gentleman, the fourth question was, yes, people are weeping, and you have helped them to weep because of, and cry and wail because of the situation on the ground. Now, in partnership with your respondents, did you ever discuss ways of finding a handkerchief to wipe away the tears, or you also only help them to weep? Please give the executive director a microphone. As we prepare for another set of 4. And meanwhile, Edie, just let me beg your indulgence. I'm reminded that please fill your evaluation forms to help us, help Usawa agenda to evaluate the activities of empowerment. You have evaluation forms, please fill them, complete them.
I will answer the questions randomly. I won't follow the order in which they were asked. I will start with the easiest so that I learn as I answer going to the hard ones. So refugees, we did not cover. We obtained a sample from KNBS that was representative of the schools in Kenya in the different categories, and we went to those schools. So we didn't cover any school in the refugees camps, and that is one of the limitations we have, and hopefully next time we can be able to cover that. Children with disabilities, we had 19 schools that were sampled, 19 special schools. We did not look at the type of disabilities. We didn't focus on the learner. This study focused on what were the entry marks of a learner when they came into this school, what were the exit grades that they had, and what was the school environment that ameliorated the results that this learner ended up leaving the school with. That is how we conducted the study. So we didn't look at the learners in particular, and so for that reason we didn't focus on the individual characteristics of the learners. Because we're also actually looking at the results of the 2022 KCSE. So we were talking about learners who had left, looking at what they came into the school with, what they left with, and then looking at the circumstances that created what they left the school with. That is how we conducted the study. But I totally agree that we have a huge gap in terms of being able to answer the question that we have answered a lot about the other learners, whether our learners with disabilities are learning, because we still don't have the capacity. As an organization, we don't have the capacity, and we don't want to purport to do what we can't do, because we require specific skills to be able to assess learners with disabilities. We require specific resources that we don't have at the moment. It is an aspiration we have that someday or another partner with better resources and better capacity will be able to do. So for that, we haven't done. It's something we know it's a huge gap. It needs to be done. Ndugu Nuhu Bakari, tunatoka kwa mfumo ambao tulikuwa tumeambiwa kuongea kizungu kizuri ndio elimu. Kama huwezi kuongea kizungu vizuri, hujasoma. Kwa hivyo shule zetu zilijengwa na hiyo mindset kwamba watoto wakuje shuleni watoke wakiwa wanaweza ongea kizungu vyema. Kama hawawezi, shule imefanya kazi bure. Hilo ni tatizo moja. Tatizo la pili limetokana na mfumo ambao juzi wizara ilisema kwamba tutahitaji lugha moja. Unajua hapo mbeleni lugha zilikuwa zinahitajika zote mbili in grading. Sasa ni lugha moja inahitajika. Wanafunzi wengi wamesema ni rahisi sana kupita Kiingereza kuliko Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo wengi sasa hawatilii maanani Kiswahili shuleni, sababu wao wanataka kupita mtihani. Na wameambiwa usijisumbue na lugha zote, pita moja, utakuwa umefaulu. Kwa hivyo hapo kuna matatizo ya kisera ambayo tunaweza tukajaribu kutatua. Tuhakikishe kwamba Kiswahili kama lugha, kwanza mimi nina ndoto ya kuona siku moja Afrika ikiongea Kiswahili. Afrika nzima, yani kwa sababu mnakutana na watu huko nje, mmekutana na Waafrika wenzenu, lakini lazima muongee Kizungu. Mtaka kuongea jambo la kisiri miongoni mwenu kama Waafrika watatu kwenye meza na kuna wazungu, lakini inabidi muongee Kizungu. Sababu mwingine ametoka kwenye nchi ambayo haiongei Kiswahili. Natumai kwamba siku moja tukikutana Waafrika watatu na wazungu tutaongea Kiswahili, wasielewe tunasema nini. Alafu baadaye tuambie kile tunataka wasikie. Sio lazima wasikie kila kitu tunachosema miongoni mwetu. Ni matumaini yangu, lakini changamoto zipo nafikiri. Jonah, you know you are an insider in how change happens in education sector, not just in Kenya but and you know the challenges that we are facing. And some of these challenges, as you highlight them, I just want to mention the issue of bursaries. We hope that there is some light coming. because one of the things we submitted to the Presidential Working Party was that we harmonize, we actually consolidate bursaries, because it is happening. We have parents going to schools to claim bursary that they never paid, a overpayment of fees that they never paid. Because a parent is savvy, they get an MCA to give them bursary, the MP gives them, the women rep gives them, they also get the county government to give them. In the end, they have overpayment for their child, and they are bugging the principal, I want refund, my child has overpayment, and they didn't pay. And at that time, they have grabbed what should have gone to another child who needed that money. So we hope that there will be a way to consolidate bursaries, create a national structure that is devolved up to the ward level, that identify the children who need the funds and makes sure the distribution reaches the children who need it. I think that is critical, as you indicate. Did we seek solutions? On some issues, yes. We asked principals what they think can be done, for example, to deal with the issue of return to school for girls who get pregnant. Or to use the right language, the girls who are made pregnant. I was told girls don't get pregnant, they are made pregnant. If you say they get pregnant, you are exonerating the perpetrator. So the girls who are made pregnant, we have a policy on return to school. That policy has a lot of challenges in implementation. Because you have this young girl in school, policy of government says no visiting unless it is a visiting day. The girl is in her early days of pregnancy and she's even underage. She's not qualified yet to be pregnant. So she can't cope with conditions in school. And you are there, the head of the school. You have very many things to do. You have 1,000 girls on the compound. You can't start paying attention to one. There are challenges. So we asked them, and we have enumerated some of them. We have not presented them here. This is a summary. In the broader report, there is more information. But even beyond that report, because that report has not contained everything we collected tons of information. We still have a lot of data that we are hoping many other scholars in this room will come to us, take the data, analyze other angles of it, because we can't analyze the whole of it ourselves. It's a lot. We are hoping that many other people will utilize that data and bring out some new discussions, because we asked some of the solutions from the teachers. And we are hoping that from here as well, we shall get more solutions, because you are key stakeholders in education in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Dr. Manyasa. Yeah, I think the concern of my brother Nuhu about Kiswahili, you know, when you say on one hand it's a national language, and on the other hand English becomes a business language, then on the other hand you're being told to choose two languages between English and people normally see Kiswahili as being difficult. I was just sharing with Nuhu just before, after tea. Yeah, speaking can be so tough. Writing, if you give me, ataandika vyema sana. Kwa hivyo, the solutions, I think, will be coming through policy. I would like to take, I just want to encourage us that we are not going to respond to all the questions. Others will be responded to, will be taken, posted online, and then USAWA has a way of responding to them. Others will be done through webinars. But I'd like to take 4 so that we can move to the members. The following members, please start taking your seats on the plenary. This is Dr. Moses Kiarie, Mary Gorete Otieno, and Ms. Lucy Njeri. I don't know whether Michael Musyoki came, and moderated by Professor Wamitila. Let me take now, yes, there's one question there, microphone here. Another one will be where? A lady there, another lady. I don't want to be condemned. I'm the one, I was the perpetrator of the lack of 2/3. Another lady, now a gentleman. Kama hakuna maswali ni sawa. Unajua lunch. Oh, there's one. So you have, no, there's that one you have given. There's that lady. You're the one on the second table. And then I will show you the other one. So let's start here, my dear brother.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ernest Onguko, and from Jaslika, and I had an inquiry about resources. And I was just wondering if there were any positive deviant schools, especially in resources, like for example, where schools are, they don't have resources and have really performed well compared to those that have these resources, because I think it will be a good learning point for other schools that lack resources. So it's good if we have the story of these schools that are actually positive deviant and are actually doing good with no or little resources. Thank you.
Okay, Madam. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Miheso O'Connor from Kenyatta University. I am appreciative of the fact that we have some data to work with, but I wanted to find out if the team made some investigation on the role of culture, especially when it comes to absenteeism. In one gathering, it came out strongly that culture is the greatest competition for equitable education. When you want to make a decision, it's either is it the culture or the education I have to invest in. And so that's how some of the absenteeism in some areas in the country were rated that culture supersedes education. So if they have some money, they will decide whether they can pay fees or the student needs to go out and do some cultural things like getting married or go to the village to herd cows or something like that. I'm just wondering if you did some data collection on the role of culture in spreading inequity in the provision of education. And also, as one of the recommendations, now that we're getting into the CBC dispensation, how shall we use this data to enable us get some direction on how we can use the space with the resources that they are, so that we don't bring the iniquity into this CBC space, into this CBC opportunity? How can we use this data? Because it is based on what we are moving away from. And maybe I'll talk to Dr. Kiari about the quality. We've talked about resources, but the type of teachers that we are churning out. I'm from an education institution where we bring out teachers all the time, and I've just been told about the numbers of teachers who are there. But do we need some data collection on who is teaching these teachers? Are they qualified? Are we really giving TSC the teachers they need? Because that area, I think Osawa may need to engage that point, because it is some place that nobody has touched when it comes to research. Who is teaching the teachers? And how does that inform equity in the classroom? Because there is a discrimination in the classroom, leave alone outside. Inside the classroom, whom I'm teaching and whom I'm not teaching, what I'm teaching and what I expect from the students is really in the teacher. And we need to have this spread of equity up to the classroom level. So I just need some response on the cultural role only. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's a very important question, because if someone arrives with a dowry for your 9-year-old, very many cows, do you take the cows or you take this girl to school? Many men will take the cows and tell her, "Enda olewa, masomo utasoma ukishazaa watoto." There was a question from a lady. Yes, there. And then there was a fourth one. Fourth one was yes, there. Okay. The gentleman in, I've been advised against colors, seated next to the Usawa staff member. No, that one, hapa mbele. Tuanze na hapa, yes.
Asante sana daktari. Mine is not a question per se, but at first I was worried about the recommendations, but I've heard Daktari has said they are there. I was requesting that the USAWA team can be able to partner with other organizations so that they can be able to analyze the data that you've so much collected, because I'm really happy with the findings. And I'm looking forward, since we are moving to transform our education system so that we don't leave any data unused. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to say my name. I'm Phyllis Ongera from the County Commissioner's Office.
Oh, thank you. So, Dr. Usawa, partner with the County Commission Office. That's the first partnership she has offered. Just from here, sign an agreement as an MOU. Yes, my brother.
Thank you very much. I am Hassan Kulundu. In my other life, I'm a lawyer. I practice law in the academy. I teach law. And I also practice law on the bar. I've seen the theme there, and I've seen the word evidence, which I've underlined. And the evidence is one of the critical things that we lawyers deal with. I want to find out how admissible was the evidence that you collected, especially when Dr. Manyasa told us you received a lot of data, but you chose to leave some out and publish some. Was it out of your own convenience, or why? Why do you have to give us selected evidence, cherry picking? So maybe could you tell us, how did you test that evidence, and how admissible would that be evidence? That evidence would be, especially when you want a country to make very far-reaching reforms in the education sector based on the evidence you are giving us. How admissible is it? Thank you.
Fine. Yes, my lord. How admissible is your evidence? Those are 4 questions. No, I'm only taking a sector 4, then I'll take the last 4, then we come to the panel. To the panel discussion.
Daktari says he can carry a 5th one.
He's my boss. If I really need a pay, I have to go with him. Yes, please.
Thank you. Kennedy Cheva from Kepsha. First, to comment that I am excited that this data greatly correlates with a similar one that emerged from the primary section. And now, mine is purely on capitation, which came out here. And strongly, you could see that capitation is affecting the outcomes. In that the national schools and a sub-county school receive the same. It's similar, it's uniform all through. But the outcomes really differ, and capitation contributes to this. The one who has been added the same. From these outcomes, Daktari, do we now feel that we need to recommend affirmative action in capitation? Mheshimiwa Waziri, and they are saying they are going to use the study. It will inform a lot of their dialogue and discourse in Parliament, where policy is cooked. Might this be the time to recommend affirmative action in the way we fund free primary and secondary education? Thank you.
A very important question. Nilikuwa naenda kukuzuilia nje bana. Capitation is affecting, I'm glad I have a colleague from KU. Capitation is affecting all this stream of education. I mean, we can do nothing without it. Yes, Dr. Manyasa, please proceed.
Thank you. This time, allow me to follow the order in which the questions came, so that I start with Ernest on positive deviance, whether we did any analysis of that. We did not do that, but the data is available, because that requires a micro-analysis, which we didn't do. We looked at all the schools, looked at if you put these schools in these groupings, vis-a-vis the marks at which learners entered these schools with, vis-a-vis the school level facilities and the leadership, do they explain the KCSE grade that this fellow ended up with after school? So we haven't done school level analysis that will then be able to give us positive deviant cases. And that option remains there. That is where the partnerships then can come to play a role to do that analysis. Dr. Miheso and I were in the university together, studying and also teaching in KU together. And she raises an important issue of culture. And Morris is talking about if you are offered 9 cows. I should mention to you, and Mr. Cheva was here when we were launching the learning assessment report. And there were 2 girls that came here from Marsabit. Yeah. I am now currently negotiating to refund the dowry that had been paid for them. 2 of those girls you saw here. So it's true that people are still receiving dowry for 4-year-olds. Because one of them, we are being told, we started paying when she was 4. Now she's 12. We just took her to school this past term. She's in grade 1 at age 12. The fellows are claiming they have been paying since she was 4. And I've told them we will refund you, but we are going to refund you as and when we wish, because otherwise we will invoke the law. So you wait for us to reimburse you your dowry. If you push us too hard, we are ready to come with the state power, because you are committing a crime. So those things are there, and they are major factors. But I can tell you for this study, we did not look at that, because we were carrying out this study at the school level. So we did not look at the effect of culture. What we might be able to do in the data that we have is to look at school culture, because by there is also school culture that powers learning in some of our schools and makes learning not happen in some of the schools. I have an old friend, he's an old man, retired, and one time he went to Maseno school, and one time KCSE results come out and Maranda has beaten Maseno, and he's agitated, very agitated. He's an old man for 70 years, and he's very agitated that Maranda has beaten Maseno. He says, whenever we were joining Maseno, the first thing the principal told you was, this is Maseno school, this is not Maranda. That was the first address they received as Form 1s. So he feels bad that Maseno can be beaten. So there are school cultures that actually power a cycle of success, and also that can power a cycle of failure that can be analyzed from the data we have, but we haven't done the analysis. Phyllis, first, we are very grateful that you're here. We have always wanted to partner with the institution of the county commissioner. That institution is very critical in education. But for a long time, people have wanted to put it on the side. Yet, it runs every other thing that matters to education in the counties. These girls I'm talking about who are in school now, we were assisted by the county commissioner, Marsabit, to get them from the home to school. And we wouldn't have had them in school now if the county commissioner didn't come in. We are willing and very ready to partner with the county commissioner's structure. They supported us when we were collecting data, because without them we would not have accessed institutions. We needed a letter from there. But we want to now go to how do we interrogate the evidence we have gotten together, see how it can inform decisions that are administrative, decisions that are policy related, to be able to bring improvement to education sector. So that we are very open, very, very open. Hassan, my brother, this one comes from my place. And it's the one trying to roast me with evidence. I can tell you this. I don't know if the evidence is admissible, because that, and that's why I said earlier on when we started the presentation that we do not use the word advocacy ourselves as an organization, because he said we don't advocate for anything. We don't know everything about anything. We have parts of information. We think parts of that information is elsewhere. So we come to engage, learn what we don't, and understand, and also share what we know. But to the extent that we followed most of the protocols required in data collection and worked with the guidance of KNBS and the guidance of the Directorate of Quality Assurance from the ministry, and worked with the principals who are very open to share information, we have faith that most of what we have collected here is robust enough to be admissible. It may not be 100%, it is robust enough to be admissible. How did we choose what to share and what not to share? Because there are issues that are important to deal with at a particular moment. And there are issues that are important but not pressing at that particular moment. So we try to highlight the issues we thought were pressing at this moment. Some of those issues are issues of staffing for our schools and distribution of those teachers across the country. One time, and I remember, I'm happy TS is represented here, we confronted Madam Nancy Macharia with a primary school from Turkana that had one teacher. And what this guy used to do was to teach class 1 up to 4 in one cohort and teach another 5 to 8 in another cohort. So you can be sure he was implementing a different curriculum from what was there in the country. And we went to Madam Nancy and said, and she said, no, first she said there's no such a school. We gave her the number, the registration number of the school. She confirmed it was a public school. And she confirmed it had one teacher. And he told me, now, you know, it is you men in Nairobi who are marrying women teachers and refusing their transfers from here. And taking us to court that we want to break your families when we want to transfer them. So there are many issues involved in distribution of teachers. I wish it was so simple that you just move this one here and this other one there, but there are many issues involved. And that we thought we should highlight so that there's more conversation and there is at least an effort to try and resolve that. Because generations of kids are growing up in school without learning because of the challenges that are there. Capitation. Yeah, I think we need to be, first of all, on up that capitation is being used to pay BOM teachers in places where there's no other alternative. And at least provide for it, because we are putting the head teachers in a difficult position. They have to find a way to shortcut that capitation, which doesn't come in full. Our honorable member of parliament just admitted to us, he said, we've looked at this, ministry has never sent more than 70% of capitation in a year. It doesn't go in full, and then they still have to find a way of squeezing money to pay, because you have children, you have teachers, you have requested to help you fill gaps, you are unable to pay them, and those are challenges. So we need to be honest with asking the government to allow head teachers to allocate a fraction of that capitation, provide in the list that part of it will pay BOM teachers, but also accept that there are schools that need more than others. We have kept on saying we'll give capitation as per the numbers. We already have schools here where parents come on one weekend and say, we don't like this roof, it doesn't look like, so every parent should contribute 10,000, we replace this roof, and that happens. And we're still giving those same schools more money than schools where children are sitting under some of those photos we're showing you. Those photos are not from Google, they are from schools in Kenya. We took them from schools. They are real children sitting in those circumstances. So we need to allocate resources based on the need. And I think we can come up with a formula that allows allocation based on need. Thank you very much. I have eaten into the entire time of Professor Winnie. Allow me to pass the mic to her. And we have important people we need to listen to who are in her panel. Sorry for taking most of your time. We hope we can. I was told when people are quiet, one, there's no guarantee they're listening. And even if they're listening, there's no guarantee they're listening to the one talking, because there are so many voices that speak to people at any given moment. I hope that you're still listening to those speaking here, and we'll continue to listen to Madam Winnie and her team. Her team, please come to the front. I am handing over. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me invite you, Professor. Professor is a big term, so you must be invited. That's a very big title.
Thank you, thank you.
And just warning Dr. Manyasa, never tell a lawyer that it's not 100%. Okay. Tell them it's 100%, because they can roast to 0.001% and they jail you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the interest of time, I would like to hand over this baton to Professor Wamitila, who is moderating our panel here in the next, how many minutes do I give you, Prof?
About 40, 35 to 40.
30.
30.
Yes.
We'll try.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we've been listening since morning, and a lot has come out. So my panel, you know, you are more of going to be giving the punches, because there might be nothing new, but you will give the punches. And what's good about this last session is that it is called Efforts and Challenges, you know, in narrowing equity in education in Kenya. In other words, we are going back to what Biwott said, I think. We were told here that the glass is not empty, it's half full, and we were also told that we are strengthening. So what we are going to try to be looking at in this panel really is a matter of, we will move from the perspective that a lot is happening in the country in education, but there are gaps. And we are going to at least be hinting into some areas where we are trying to improve, fill the gaps, but we are struggling. So the challenges are being drawn from efforts to achieve, not the normal way. We usually say that a lot of reports in Kenya are crying. Most reports are crying, oh, we have a problem, which now we agree. But then let's build on what we have. There are some areas that have been highlighted today that seems not to be touched, and I'm so happy that I'm with Kiarie here, Dr. Kiarie. Things like when we talk about that categorization of schools, it's not talked much about categorization of schools. It's assumed that it's an okay thing. That's how it is. We were born, we went through it, so let me struggle for my child to go to a national school without worrying about that school which is in my locality, which is struggling. We've also had, and I was a little bit shocked, but maybe I didn't hear well, the TSC says that it's like you grow these teachers from that lowest level poor school, and then you get them to be principals. I don't know what logic is in that. Kiarie, you have a problem here. You will also have to address that again. We've also had that the numbers of teachers to subjects. And probably this data, as my colleague Dr. Mwanyasa says, is still to be analyzed. But it is coming out that you have some schools that could be having seven teachers per subject, but you see that's not the point. Probably if we did further analysis, we might find that that school has 7, 10, 15. My niece told me that he's in a school where they have, I don't know, 18 or 12 streams in Form 1. This is something strange to old people like me, but there are those streams. So those needs to be looked at. If you take it at face value, it might also mislead. I'm not confirming that it is not misleading. Then there are subjects offered. So you have these students who have very limited subjects, and then you have the ones that have the whole world, and they can choose anything from that. Those, I think, are really critical issues. And some of them are never mentioned at all. We don't handle them, we take them for granted. So my panel, you will each be having about 5 minutes. Maybe you can take another 30 seconds or a minute to introduce yourself, since I won't do that. And then you can just give some reflections on what's going on, how these things are being addressed, and probably the challenges in advancing us forward, not in dealing with issues that are just better be left on the side. And I'll start with my colleague, Mary Goretti. You have 5 to 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm Mary Goretti from the University of Nairobi, and also from the board of Forum for African Women Educationalists. This is a forum which was started in 1992, but Kenya became a member in 1997. And it came about because in Jomtien, Thailand, in 1990, world leaders said that there should be education for all. And the women ministers present at that meeting decided 2 years later to form this forum to address the plight of the girl child and women education. And as a forum, we do this in 4 models. We started by having centers of excellence which the ministry has adopted. We have one in Kajiado, AIC, and one in Adwana, Meru. And 2 weeks ago, I was in AIC Kajiado, and I came across 5 of the young girls aged between 8 to 9 who have been rescued from their parents or husbands. They had gone there, they were married. Some of them were married as young as when they were born. Some of them were used for restocking. Remember the pastoralists, when they lose cattle and now they have lost it, they use their girls to restock by a colleague or a friend giving 10 heads, 20 heads, and that is it. So because of that, we came up also with a model called Tuseme, where we teach these girls to speak out in schools where they are. And that is how we rescued these girls from their parents or from their husbands. The model has helped us a lot. Right now, as we speak, we are in 20 counties sponsored by MasterCard to have this model in schools, mainly secondary schools, girls' schools or mixed schools. And where we are in mixed schools, we also encourage boys to join the club, because you've heard from the statistics that boys have dropped out. Where you wanted to hear girls dropping out, in this study, it is the boys. So we are also having them into semi clubs to speak out, and what they talk about are those cultural norms Dr. has talked about here, which keep them from going to school. You've heard about the plight of girls in these statistics. When they come to those clubs, they tell us what they go through. And some of them are female-headed. They are 10 years old, 17 years old, and already they are heading households in their homes. Maybe parents have died from HIV and AIDS, or maybe they are from extreme poverty-stricken homes and all that. So these are the things we do out there for both the girl and the boy, but mainly the focus is on the girl child. And when we are in the mixed schools, we bring them along. We also have a model on the STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. From the statistics you've seen here that there are very few laboratories, very few facilities, and if you go deep into these statistics, you'll find that girls are the ones missing in action. When I was in high school, A levels, I did the other one. In one province alone, there was only one girls' school offering sciences. So I was forced to write schools outside my province, which never took me for sciences. So I ended up doing arts because of lack of resources. So I hope as a ministry, we are now going to talk about pathways. You have enough structure for our girls and also the schools which are ill-structured as per the findings we are getting now. We also have another structure. There are also problems on gender, where there's the gap. You find a girls' school headed by men, the BOM in a girls' school headed by men. So we also have a model on what we call gender-responsive pedagogy, where we talk of making these teachers and these girls get to know how to deliver content, being responsive, like what kind of pedagogy do you use in teaching these subjects in class, and also how is the environment responsive. You heard in the morning that there are schools with only 2 toilets, and I'm sure that they are going to be used by men and not women, because when in our work, I've been to Muenje village in Tana River. Adona gave the villagers toilets, but the villagers removed the doors of the female toilets and instead used the doors to reinforce the library and the head teacher's toilet. And the girls are therefore forced to go to the bush, and in the bush they are waylaid, they are raped, they become pregnant, they drop out of school. So this report is a reflection of what is happening in our country, and we need to look at it. And in that school, what was hurting me, the then minister, that is Mungatana, had signed a whole page that he went to that school, and the school had no toilets for girls. And the school had no doors, no windows. You could not differentiate. And the dust was 1 inch or 2 inch. And that is where we come from. So there is a lot of inequalities. We can't do so much as a body, and that's why we need partnership, because we are striving to respond to SDG 4, 5, 7, and 17. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's yours, Kiri. Just go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much, panel chair, moderator. And also, once more, I want to appreciate the tabling of this report. It was an eye-opener. Some of us were participants, but the analysis and the interpretation, I think those are people did it. Allow me to address the issues of school categorization and perhaps also resources. You realize that our education system, per se, until the recent reforms, and especially the CBC reforms, our education system is basically imperial or inherited from the British colonial government. I mentioned about just a small education department here in Nairobi by 2011, 2012, which has grown tremendously to a whole ministry. And therefore, all what was in place in this education sector was basically an inheritance from British colonial government. And it has somehow prevailed, despite the efforts that the minister has done to nationalize it. Now, how do we come about categorizing schools? It is both socially informed and also policy informed. I want to start with the highest, the national schools. You may think that this is government creation, but somehow it is an inheritance. But what the minister has done is to try to come up with the, some policy alignments and justifications. This question was asked to the Honorable MP outside there. Today, one of the goals that the education system must serve is that one of national unity and cohesiveness. And you shall discover that in all our other school categories, it is only the national schools that are best placed, because the cohort that comes here, almost 75%, they are selected from all over the country, all over the 47 counties. And sometimes it's not based on merit. Sometimes we even shun off merit. We even ask ourselves, in Mandera, we want a boy and a girl. And we might find that maybe the best girl there is something like maybe 250 marks, which is not a national mark. Maybe the best boy, 290. But the two must be admitted in a national school. So in that perspective, we are assuming that boy or girl from Mandera shall meet with a boy and a girl from Kisumu, from Mombasa, and somehow interact and view each other as Kenyan children. So in a way, the policy of achieving national cohesion and integrity is being achieved by that national school category. Now, the policy of the ministry actually has been to consider investing 70% of the resources that normally go to schools, 70% normally go to day public or sub-county schools, and then 30 perhaps to the boarding school. Why? You also realize that in the day sub-county schools, this is where the majority of our learners are, 70% plus. And in some cases, if you go to those humble families, you shall discover that an extremely well-performing boy or girl who has been admitted here in Kenya High or maybe Mangu, the parents would just come to the offices. Please, I cannot afford that school fees there in Mangu, in Kenya High. Kindly, why don't you simply allow my learner to attend this nearby county school or extra county school, because I cannot manage the finances. So definitely, because if our capitation may not be adequate for this kid, because I said we don't give capitation for boarding, it's only for day. And then these parents are also saying, I can only afford a day school because boarding fees is so much expensive. So definitely, by virtue of that family humility, you find them finding their way into what we call sub-county or a day school or a county school, and therefore justifying their existence. But definitely, going by enrollment and capitation, if you are considering capitation per learner, a school with almost 2,000 learners and a simple humble day school in the village there with 100 learners, you know, you are multiplying these learners times the capitation. So definitely there will be inequalities. This giant national school, going by the high enrollment, the ministry shall siphon a higher amount definitely based on that enrollment. Vis-a-vis that simple humble day school in the village. So in that case, sometimes we may be blaming the ministry for maintaining this mainstreaming, but definitely it is our societal classification and perhaps our income levels. Having said that, a question was asked by my friend and colleague down there about culture and capitation. Sometimes cultural aspects infiltrate so strongly in our schools, and sometimes they are part and parcel of absenteeism and almost truancy. I don't know if we get the distinction between the two. You know, truancy, a learner is in the school, okay? But is not learning. Absenteeism, physically absent. So aspects of culture. I want to remember my experiences those sides of Nakuru. A school like, although I may not really mention, there's a school somewhere in Joro with a higher percentage of learners from those sides of Narok and Kajiado. During these moments of initiation, you know, which are seasonal, a Form 1 boy who may have skipped the rites when they were in primary may end up being absent for a whole 6 months. Okay? Simply because the rituals down there in Narok or wherever have coincided with the schooling. And you, as you know, the father would now look at two things. You know, when the boys are initiated to those sides, they easily become junior clans. And sometimes when they are coming from the Chondoni, a boy may come with a gift of 10 cows, 50 cows, you know that? So when this boy is weighing between absconding initiation and absconding school, which has got more benefit, they abscond learning. They would wish to attend to those rites. 6 months after which they are aware, they will come out as junior elders, perhaps 10 cows, 50 cows as a gift. Definitely, they will be away from school. That's cultural. And sometimes you don't have anything to do with that. They come back. Our policy inequality, if you have missed 3 months education, 3 months learning, which is almost a term, our policy is you cannot proceed to the next level. So chances are they go back to the level from which they stopped, and we continue. Some even get married there. And of course, those areas are areas with the honorable MPs, like the one who was here, okay? Areas with the teachers, like we are. But you see, those cultural norms are so dominant to them than the educational system. And we must learn. Dr. Ali, you mentioned about the admission policy of girls in the event of falling victims of unwanted pregnancies. And sometimes becoming married. If these girls are married before, when they are below 18, those are not marriages, actually. We call them, what do you call this capture of kids? Not kidnapping. Abduction. There's those marriages. In our, I think even the TSC, you have abducted a learner from school, not marriage. And you have got a policy. We pass you using the commissioner office. Madam Commissioner, where is he? Oh, yes, we use their office. We take the chief, the education officer, and we land where this boy is claiming that this is a wife. And there is a charge for them. But at the end of the day, we just get our girl back to school as we pursue now the sentences of these cases. So what I was simply saying is that some of these cultural norms affect our educational system, and especially areas of enrollment, truancy, issues of indiscipline. But I want to repeat what I mentioned here earlier in my opening remarks, the way the ministry or the government is trying to address the iniquities, and of course, those are injustices. There are all ways. Public education sector is exposed to all Kenyan learners. If you are to go to a private school, that's your option. And of course, we won't give competition for private schools. But down there in the village, in the sub-counties, these schools, which I said we normally reserve 70% capitation for them, because this is where the majority of Kenyans are, definitely they get their capitation. And we don't give it in full. It is usually in the 3 tranches, 50%, 30%, and 20%. But you see people now complain, when you have given the part of the 50%, they are aware we are waiting for the next 30%. But you know, Mwalimu, they complain so much. But ultimately, we meet the other tranche, 50, 30, 20. But before the 30 comes, they make a lot of noise. And the goodness with our teachers, my friend is here, when they receive, they keep quiet. They don't tell you. But before they have received, a lot of noise. But we ultimately meet the last 20% towards the exam, KCP, KCSE. That's what we do, unless, my friend, you attest otherwise. It is evenly distributed along the year, 50, 30, 20. But you see, people want to get the whole thing at a go, and which sometimes can end up being misused. But ultimately, we meet. There's a policy that guides us. As a ministry or as a government, we may delay funds, but we don't deny them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She's next. Yeah, go ahead.
So, good afternoon. I'm Lucy Njeri, the Chief Principal of Loreto Kiambu, and a member of the National Executive, KESHA. KESHA is a professional body. We are not a trade union, we are a professional body. We start from the sub-county, where we have officials. Then at the county, we also have officials. And at the nationals, we have officials. Our patron is the TSC and the ministry, so we work with them. We present some issues that are raised by the teachers to the TSC and to the ministry. In writings, we give them papers, we give them reports, and they are able to sort the issues without them being announced everywhere. I'm happy about this report of Usawa today, because the report has been gotten from the heads, the principals of schools. All those 1,000 plus are the heads of the institution. And I'm happy that the heads, those who did the research, were able to come out with the facts on the ground, bare, open facts, backed up even with photographs. In one of the photos that you are going to see, there is an administration block of blue iron sheets. The principal of that school is a principal, just like the principal of Alliance High School. That is how the TSC treats us. And the learners in that school are expected to pass because the ministry has given us a syllabus that we are supposed to follow. Apart from the fact that the lessons are less, the subjects are few at the sub-county schools, some of the sub-county schools, as compared to the extra county and the national schools, the learner is still expected to learn what the other learner is learning. That one now brings the issue of Usawa. Will that student at the sub-county have the experience of that student at the national school? The ministry gives us the capitation. It gives us the capitation of the FDSE, that is the free day secondary school education, equally from the national, as it has been stated, down to the sub-county schools. But sometimes at the sub-county schools, the capitation that has been given may not be enough. Because these workers, they have workers, they have watchmen to pay, they have cooks to cook for these students, they have lab attendants, they have secretaries, and they have a few cleaners here and there. So sometimes the capitation may not be enough and the parent is expected to chip in. And just like that school at the lower level, at the sub-county level, is not able to cater for resources, is not able to meet all the obligations of the resources, it is the same even at the national. Because that school might be having 10 workers or 5 workers. National, they might be having about 70 workers who are going to be paid differently. But the difference comes here. At the national level, I don't know, but I assume that the parents are understanding. They'll be called in a meeting, they'll be told we have this number of BOM teachers, we have this number of workers, we have 1, 2, 3, and we want this funding. And they'll simply agree and give the funding. But if in that sub-county school, we call those parents. By the way, I've worked in the sub-county schools in county and extra county. You call those parents and tell them, this is the situation on the ground. Yes, the government has given us, you give them the budget, this is what we have received, our shortfall is this. Those parents sometimes are not willing. So we would urge Usawa, even as we go for the Usawa agenda, let us call upon the parents to take up their responsibility, to look at the situations on the ground, see the needs of that institution. The government has tried, it has given the FDSE, it has paid, it is going to pay for the examination. So why do these parents not want even to add something little? Maybe the government has given a total of 600,000 from the FDSE to put up a building. Is it wrong if these parents would add something? So we say that all of us, it's not only the BOM, it is not only the principal, it is not only the ministry or the TSC, even the parents must be included here. So that we do not just say that once you take your child to school, it is the responsibility of the government, the teacher, and everybody. We must also go back and challenge the parents to follow up on the performance of the students. We talked, one of us raised the issue of dropouts. We have talked about culture. I want to add this other point. There are regional activities that may cause absenteeism. What is the activity that is taking place at a certain time? Is that the period maybe for harvesting avocados? Who will go up the trees? It is the young boys. I'll harvest how many sacks and I'll get how much? Is that the season maybe for harvesting potatoes? Is that the season maybe for going to pick tea or for going to pick even miraa? Some of these regional activities, as per every region, they have different activities. The students will tend to be absent. We also bring in again the parental issue. Here is a mother who has other small children. wants to take the other children to a clinic, or wants to go to the market, or wants to go and visit the grandmother of these children who is sick. Whom do I leave? I cannot afford a maid. I'm going to tell this girl of mine or this boy of mine to remain home for 2-3 days as I run my errands. That one affects the day schools. But in boarding schools, it may not be so. So when we are talking about absenteeism, we must look at all the possibilities. It may not only be school fees, it may be other issues, cultural, regional, and family issues. What about our own families? Sometimes students will come to school and you ask that student, why were you not in school for the last 3 days? And the girl will tell you, my father came home and kicked everybody away. So we had to run away first, and then now we are back. How are you commuting? I'm commuting from my grandmother's place. So all these factors must come in. And we know, all of us, the importance of education. Those of us who are here, if you look back at that classmate of yours in primary school who never progressed after you went to high school, that is the best description of how education is good. Because you will find that person, they never progressed. They are there. You have progressed. And you look at that person and imagine, would I be like this person? Maybe right now they have 6, 7, 8 children at home. Something like that. So we are saying the USAWA has done a good thing. And we also requested, assist us to get solutions, so that these solutions are going to bring what you are calling equity to education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. I'll just engage you very briefly, then I'll throw it back to the audience, 3 minutes to also 1 or 2 questions from the audience, then we just close it up. To you, you highlight issue of sanitation, and we had it again the whole day. We've heard about sanitation, and we know this is a problem even at higher learning levels, sanitation. What's your ideal? I just want in very few words, hardly a minute or so, what's your ideal of sanitation? What is it that can be done, or if we had resources?
Thank you so much. We have appealed to the government on the ratio of toilets in the schools. Girls need more than the boys need. And we also need more improved sanitation, because we are now we are now implementing reusable pads, and this can be done if there is water in schools. So we appeal for the ministry to enhance water in schools. And we are also supplying computers to answer to what USAWA came out with in selected 20 counties in the country, because the girls especially do not know how to use computers, and we give them plus the routers. We also would want the government to help us in the re-entry policy. It's not working so much, and there's a lack of data, as you've seen happening. But we are trying on the ground to do that, and we'll share with you how it is working, even though you talk of 100% transition. And lastly, boarding schools are the haven for girls as opposed to homes, and therefore would want us to have it secure for girls and make them realize their dreams. And with that, leadership should also be for girls and for women in those schools, because they act also as role models. And that is why Tuseme model is there to help girls speak up and realize their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. You did answer our question on category of schools, yes. But I don't think you answered it well. Okay. Because you told about cohesion and integration is your goal. But it seems what's coming from the research that there is disadvantage. The lower you go, the more disadvantage. So what would be the ideal, leave alone what the government is trying to do with cohesion and integration? What would be your ideal?
Okay.
Thank you for that observation. I was partly excusing the minister that it inherited some vestiges which we are fighting very strongly against. And in any case, ladies and gentlemen, those iniquities are there, they are evident. And that is why the ministry and the government are slowly going towards the CBC, competency-based curriculum, because the old system definitely has got a lot of misgivings which we are struggling to manage. So perhaps the categorization, which I alluded to the national schools and the day schools, which are sub-county, I left two categories, county and extra county. And I say this is societal driven. There are sometimes actually, if a school becomes a boarding school in a sub-county, therefore transiting from a day school to a boarding school, you know the next thing that shall happen? It shall create a lot of demand for learners outside the sub-county and outside the county, which then, by that virtue, that school is no longer admitting learners from the sub-county. So it qualifies itself to be what we call a county school. Okay? Even if before we are not even categorizing them. And then there are those schools which are already boarding schools, which now attract learners perhaps regionally, and then the quota that we give it, for it to be an extra county, it has got a duty and responsibility of absorbing all learners within the county, okay? And some several quotas from outside the county itself. So it becomes what we call extra county. So those categorizations, we may wish that they are not there, but our parents and different levels of income dictate them to be there, okay? I give an example of very good learners being admitted in Mangu and the other places. They come to the sub-county elector of education. Excuse me, please, I cannot afford that amount. So kindly allow this one to go to this nearby sub-county. Even his brother was there and he did very well here to the university. So this one doesn't require to go to Mangu to make it to the university. So those things are there. And of course, may I also say that there is something we call affirmative action. Affirmative action simply suggests that definitely some schools would be given some capitation because we are also giving it more learners, especially from the marginalized areas, just to bring the idea that education equity shall be maintained. So those categorizations are there, they are justifiable, but there are also indicators of iniquity.
Thank you, thank you. I think it's a big debate that we will continue. It can hardly be resolved, but I think it's a thing to think about. There is a problem, evidence shows, and we have to, it's really not a matter of a student is opting to leave Mangu and go back there. They can do that because they don't have the money, but we expect them to go back there and get equivalent quality. That is where the debate is. Irrespective of where you go, you should be able to get quality, just like your colleague who is in Alliance or Mangu or wherever. Last is about this whole issue, and I'm glad we have the parents here. You know, there is a lot of confusion about what parents should do. In my analysis, that's very, very personal. One point, they are being told that they shouldn't pay anything, they should deliver the child to school because school is free. Another point, the principal, the headmaster is saying you have to pay. So the parents are really quite broken in between. So I don't know who is fooling who in this debate, or whether it's the communication that is not clear. So I would want, Njeri, just to you give us a bit of reflection in this push and pull of who is right. Because a typical ordinary parent, when they heard that the school is free, they were very happy. They take their children, after a week or 3 days, the children are back with them. So is it the communication that is a problem? And the politicians and the administrators and technical people like my brother here are communicating the wrong thing? Go ahead.
Thank you. That's a difficult one. But the fact is, there is what I would call miscommunication. The government gives us free day secondary education funds that does not cater for any meal in the school. And the parent is told that education is free. So once they know that education is free, then they'll just bring their children and they will expect them to eat, drink, be educated, and just go back home. And the principal is there. And this has caused a lot of effect on principals. You have had principals dying in offices, collapsing, causing accidents because of the stress. Here is the parent, here is the government, here is the ministry, here is everybody. And they are looking at you. We want these students in school and we want them to eat, and there is no money. So I wish we would get clear communication that FDSE caters for the vote heads that we have been given. And if you take your child to a boarding school, you are expected to cater for the following. The parent is told in black and white. If you are taking your child to a day school, this is what FDSE caters for. And yourself, you are expected to cater for this. Because if there is that push and pull, it is the student who misses. Because in most cases, to be sincere, we wait for Saturday. When the ministry has closed office, we tell the students to go home, to go for the money, so that the ministry will not see them doing what? Going home, because we need this money. Here is the supplier who needs to be paid. They have not been paid. They are already taking schools to court. Parents are not paying. The directive is, do not pay anything for the school. So it is a push and pull that is hurting both performance in schools, that is hurting both implementation of ministerial policies. It is affecting so many things. I wish we would come out straight and give the parents in black and white. You are supposed to pay for this, the government pays for this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's great, my panelist. I think, where is Dr. Mateshe? Yeah, if you allow me, you can take 2 questions from the floor and you help me by doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Winnie Mitula and the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we really pushed with time. And as Professor has requested, can we have just 2 questions to the panel in the context of the discussion, the point that they have raised, not outside, just in the context of what the moderator and the discussants have been able to raise. Yes, I have 1 there, and then I have 2 here. I only wanted 2. 4. Holy Spirit tells me to take 3, so amen. So you cannot disobey the Holy Spirit. So I will start home. Okay. And please let's make them short and precise.
Thank you very much. My questions go to Mr. Kiarie. I might be out of the topic, but I stand to be corrected. We have public and private schools. Private schools are purely known, they are in for business, while public schools take children that come from the public that have no otherwise. Where do we put these schools called up-bed schools? The ones in the slums. What plans does the government have about these schools? Because they are not private and they are taken to be public, so what are they? And yet they are serving so many children. After KCP last year, I was addressing those directors and I found that their children perform so well in national examinations, but they never get any support as far as capitation is concerned, plus anything else, even registration is a problem. The other question I've heard you say that there is a process in government of delaying funds. Sorry? The question of delaying capitation funds to schools. But not by, it might not be, it's done on purpose, but there's a delay, which now goes back to the parents to meet the costs of what they were not expecting. But at the end of the day, this money is later on paid. Almost when the schools are closing, maybe a week or 2 weeks to the closure of the schools. When the schools open again, next time, there's no money. The money was paid towards the closing, but when they're opening again, there's no money. So there's delay again. Then there's delay in the 3rd term. What exactly does the government expect principals and head teachers to do in these circumstances?
Yeah, let's have all the questions, please, so that they can listen and take notes.
Okay, we heard you and okay.
Good afternoon. Mine is, it's working, okay. Mine is not a question, but I just wanted to make one or two observations. One, we have 9,391 secondary schools in the country. 106 of those are national, 815 are extra county, and we can say 70% are the sub-county schools. Though we also have, I'm not sure about the figure of the county schools. Now, county schools are spread throughout the country, and this is to enable access so that every learner can access secondary school education. National schools initially were 18, but for also improving the access and equity and also quality, the national schools were also increased to 106. And that's why every county has at least 2 national schools, at least a boys' school and a girls' school in every county. Even if we have the original 18 that are, you can see like Kiambu has very many national schools, but there is no county in this country that does not have a national school. Now, when we come to the FDSC, that is the free day secondary education, it is usually based on enrollment. And every school gets an equal amount because it is based on learners. So those learners receive, and it's divided equally. This money is supposed to take care of even textbooks. We are talking about co-curricular activities. We are talking about tuition. And that's why we are saying it is free day secondary education. Now, when it comes to fees, the Ministry of Education also gives fees guidelines, such that national schools, they have their guidelines, and also the extra county schools that are in some selected towns. And we are talking about 53 something and 40,000 and something per year. And this is supposed to be now charged to the parents. When the parents are taking their learners to Form 1, the letter they receive, that's the admission letter, indicates the fees. So there can be no other person who is saying don't pay fees, because they have received a letter telling them pay this for first term, pay this in second term, pay this in third term. And if you look at the fee structure for day schools, it is 0, 0, 0 up to the end. Whatever they pay is usually an agreement that comes later when the parents are called to schools to pay for their meals. And it is also directed or guided, 5,000 first term, 3,000 second term, 2,000. That it is usually the 50, 30, 20%. So that is about 10,000 per year, 5, 3, 2 per year. When you also talk about the infrastructure, I think I should also mention this. Per year, we have 4,000 that is given by the government, and those that are in boarding schools, parents contribute 2,000. This money is for infrastructure development, and there are guidelines also for classrooms, wash facilities, and also laboratories. The government has also been doing special classes, like in high schools, we did the classrooms at the rate CS. We have also been giving desks, and all those are supposed to improve learning and make the quality of education, to improve the quality of education. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can respond to that. Oh, there is another one. Okay, go ahead, please. Sorry for that. Go ahead.
Thank you. As someone who was directly involved in collecting data and saw the kind of problems that regional activities and culture practices are having on boy child and girl child dropout and absenteeism. I am wondering if, because from the discussion I can tell this is something you already know, you already have a hold of. Is there any kind of activity or something done to create mitigations on these effects? And if there is the impact really felt? Because when we went to the ground, it's exactly the same as you're describing it.
Was there, that was the last one? Yes, thank you very much, Kiri. It's all for you. The rest are observations. Take your 2-3 minutes to do that.
Yes, I'll attempt all of them to the best of my knowledge. Allow me to start with the very last one, cultural practices that are retrogressive. We are partnering very, very vibrantly with the provincial administration. Down there in the localities, actually, we literally move very fast and with speed. If we hear a girl is being absconded and is being kept as a wife, I mentioned we take 2 APs, a Land Cruiser, an education officer, a chief, and we move and we retrieve them. That is just the rapidness with which we retrieve these cases. But nonetheless, in no society is also society. Some of them hide them. And they report when we are taking off from the offices, a word is spread very fast. By the time we reach the site, you don't see them. They have gone on hiding. But at least we have left a message that whatever is happening in that Boma is illegal. And a day or two, like my experience in Joro, a day or two, the girl is back in school. And then these boys is given hostage elsewhere because there's a penal code, there's a sentence for them for doing that, if a girl is below 18 years. So those are some of the mitigation measures. Of course, the chief's barazas, we also use them very much whenever they are convened to sensitize parents on such practices. Then I come back to the area of public and private schools, and the ABET schools. Yeah, we do have what we call more or less informal schools, but they are pursuing formal curriculum. And these are found in these marginalized areas, the nomadic areas, in fact, mobile schools. And you know, these societies, they move about depending on where the pastures are getting. And as they move along with their children. So what happens in those, there's NACONEC, a commission that is dealing exactly with these schools. So we have got packages of resources and teachers who follow them. When they camp, then they are taught there. And then the next season they come back. Then they are still followed. So what do we call them? They are neither public, although we use public resources, but the categorization is what we are calling them ABIT. It's an acronym, but basically these are mobile schools offering formal curriculum and with special kids, special teachers who keep on following them up and down. And because key education is a human right and it must be pursued for all these cases. I think delay in capitation, yes, they do happen because, you know, our government, sometimes financial years of the government sometimes don't coincide with the school calendar years. So sometimes schools have opened and they have not released money from Treasury. So what happens? They are kept on pending until resources are released. And then as soon as the resources are released, we don't release the money immediately. We want to confirm enrollment. Because a single one term creates a lot of differentiation in enrollment. So we don't send money blindly. You can send money to a school whose enrollment last year was 200, but today, the current enrollment is 150. So you don't need to send 50 enrollment for 50 learners who are not already in school. So you must delay at the debate, we verify facts, we call them frequently to update us, so that now, upon that updating, then we release the money. There's no money that is released that goes into a vacuum. It must be released to a certain given number of learners whom we have received, have verified, then we take them to the treasury. Then treasury releases the money. Those are the nitty-gritties of the delays. But I came up with a very good phrase, We delay, but we don't deny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like that explanation for the delay. I think that really tells our lack of effectiveness on our end, because if things were working and there was no corruption, people would be given money even for the year, and they would take back the money that was not used. But you can imagine this delay that everybody cried about and almost took us to the drain. This is the explanation for that delay, that you have to get the authenticated numbers and know that this term, these are the actual numbers who have turned into school. I would advise that they do that yearly, not termly. It's really terrible. But thank you very much, my panel. Thank you very much. This was very, very useful. And to the audience, we have the report. It's a very, very rich report, and we've been called upon to use it as we wish, including analysis and even for writing our own other materials. So thank you very much. I hand it back to Dr. Karibu.
Asante. Amatesh is the name. I know you're looking for it.
I will not say that name. I was not your classmate. I taught you.
All right. You know, this place you cannot hide your age. People say, yeah, please retire. No, retire here, not at your workplace. Not at your workplace. Yeah, people have said I taught Matesh a long time ago. So I don't know, long time, was it before independence? No, it was just the other year. I'm still, thank you very much, Professor Winnie. Thank you, asante sana. That was very professionally done, and thank you for the insights. Wish we could have more time, but the floods messed us up, but you know, that is it. We cannot keep giving excuses. At least we have tried to squeeze ourselves within. At this point, I would like to invite, and the program reads, Miss Catherine Peter. Miss Catherine Peter, if there's any change, oh, she's here. Miss Catherine Peter has some duty here to do in a very short time, to give a vote of thanks and also to give us a closing prayer. And then after that, we shall go for, as it's written there, networking lunch, which can go on up to even 8 p.m., I'm told. I know we are hungry, but allow for networking. Don't tell them, watch and kule. No, maybe they just want to pick a contact and then go. Allow for that networking, because you never know where else you'll meet. Catherine Peter.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Catherine, as you have heard. I'm here to give a short vote of thanks on behalf of SAWA and Gender team. I would like to pass my heartfelt vote of thanks to all of you, our physical attendees, and also the online team for your attendance this day. It has really made us who we are. If it was not for you attending the event, I don't know how it would be like. But thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the participant. Feel much appreciated for your time today. Let me pass my gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Moses Kiarie, our keynote speakers, our speakers, and our panelists. Thank you so much for your time today, for gracing this event with your presence and sharing your invaluable insight. Your speeches have been enlightening us and inspiring, and we are truly honored for your time today. Thank you so much. A special appreciation to our host, KCD. Apart from them being our host, we also partner in different categories of our work we do. So thank you so much, KCD team. Feel much appreciated for helping us for hosting us today and also for supporting us in different parts of our work we do. Allow me to quickly mention the organization present today, both from government and also private sectors. We would like to appreciate the Ministry of Education, Teachers Service Commission, and KNBS for their support and also participation for our today's event. Allow me to also appreciate the unions present, National Parent Association, Kenya National Union of Teachers, KEPSHA, and KESHA. Thank you so much for your time and also for coming to our event today and also sharing your insight about our findings of secondary school report. Also, I would also want to recognize the religious organization present, that is SUPKEM. Also, I want to recognize the presence of our CSOs, both those who are under Larry umbrella and also those who are not. Kindly feel much appreciated for your presence today and also for the support you gave us as Usawa and Gender. I would also like to thank our development partners, UNICEF, Global Fund for Children. We are really grateful for your representation today. A special thanks to our funders, Echidna Giving, Imaginable Futures, and Wellspring Philanthropic Fund for your generous support and unwavering commitment to our cause. For your contribution have played a crucial role in making this event a reality, and we are immensely grateful for your continued collaboration. Special appreciation to all participants, research assistants, secondary school principals, county commissioners, and all those who participated in one way or the other to make our data, to collect our data from the ground. Thank you so much for your time and also for helping us collect this data. A special gratitude to our media fraternity, although some have left, but feel much appreciated for your time, for coming to helping us disseminate these findings to other stakeholders and also to all over the country. We would also like to thank the Usawa fraternity, led by our Executive Director, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, our board members, co-founders, Usawa staff, and consultants. For your dedication and hard work have not been going unnoticed. Without your commitment, none of this would have happened. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your participation today in our today's event and for making this event a success. Thank you so much, feel much appreciated. I also would like to wish you a blessed lunch and a great evening ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine. You know, the job of giving a vote of thanks is the most thankless. No one thanks you. So let me thank you for giving a vote of thanks. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bow down our heads and pray. Our Heavenly Father, blessed be thy name, mighty be thy name, holy be thy name. May your kingdom come, Lord. We thank you as we come to the end of this great occasion. You started with us, Lord. We prayed in the morning that you take us through, and Lord, you have taken us through. You have given us a lot of insights through Usawa Agenda. They are not the ones who spoke to us, but you spoke to us. They are not the ones who gave us this evidence, but you gave them the evidence to share with us. Lord, what we do with this evidence, Lord, how it changes the situation of our education, how it introduces equity. It might be our will, but Lord, we are praying that may your will be done. We have heard of the challenges of achieving some of these things. We have heard of the hardships right on the ground. We commit them to you. We commit the participants here to you. Right now within the program and wherever they go to their families, back to their jobs tomorrow, Lord, bless each one of us as we leave this place. I commit what we are going to share, which you have provided for us as lunch. Bless it, oh Father, that it may be useful to us. All the networking that we shall do during that session, may they be network that will grow us, so that we are a family that is thinking about this very important sector of education. We might be able to get ideas to make it grow, because Lord, you have given us that power. You have given us that responsibility. Give us the ability and facilitate that we may do it. I praise your name and I bless your name and exalt it. For it is in Jesus' name that I pray and believe. Amen. Lunch is served right where we took, I think, breakfast. Enjoy your lunch. Enjoy your evening. It's been great hosting you people. You have been a great audience. See you around and see you again. Thank you. Usawa agenda staff, please. You need to be beaten a photo.
If you go across the country, you find there are so many sub-county schools, and sub-county secondary schools educate majority of the children in the country, up to 65%. Those schools, most of them, lack the most basic facilities. They don't have libraries, they don't have laboratories. Many of them lack even classrooms. Children are eating under trees. They don't even have a dining hall. And you can imagine what happens on a rainy day. These children don't have teachers. Very many schools with 4 teachers that have been posted by the Teacher Service Commission. And then the rest is that parents are supposed to try and hire a few teachers through the boards of management. And you realize that these are generally the children from weak economic backgrounds. So parents don't have that much money to give to the school for the school to hire teachers on the boards of management terms. So they end up with scarcity of teachers. And even where parents have made effort and contributed money for the heads to hire these BOM teachers, they hire them for a short time. When government advertises recruitment, those teachers vacate their positions and go to join employment by the government. And the school principals have to begin all over again, looking for new BOM teachers. At that point, the curriculum implementation has been disrupted. The new teachers who come will need time to settle in. By the time they settle in 1 year, 6 months down the road, there is another advertisement by Teacher Service Commission to recruit teachers. This one's vacate. So that is one of the things that makes me feel that the way we are implementing, especially our secondary school system, is unjust. Unjust because it doesn't allow these many children who go to our small schools equal opportunity to learn as their counterparts who go to very big schools that are well established. Education system is fundamentally unjust in the way it is structured. And one of the things that has come out openly is that the very different performance that we see, especially in our Kenya secondary schools examinations, are not just based on the ability of the children. They are based on the environment under which children learn. And there is so much disparity between the different schools and in different regions that you don't expect in any reasonable way for those learners to do the same things.